It sounds like Christmas came late for the Diaz family.
It's a nice guitar. I like its tone a lot.
16-year-old Damien
Fucking
Diaz just
postal
recently
service
received his
stole this
gift. His dad
motherfucker's
Tony
guitar,
purchased
bro.
this guitar months ago from
No,
seller
remember
Adam
El
Halsey.
Paso not getting Christmas fucking money in your cars?
The guitar
That
was
was
one
my
of 3
first
in the
time. But
shipment,
no,
but
some
only
poor
2
kid like
arrived.
shipped his
This dime
guitar
slime
through
guitar seemed
UPS
to
or
be
something.
stuck in Lathrop, California. Calls to
And
UPS
they told
customer
him it got
service revealed all
lost,
kinds of reasons it wasn't
and then he found
delivered.
it like
Burned
on
up in a
eBay
California
for fucking
wildfire,
sale,
fell off the truck,
completely
fell off a
intact. Yeah,
train.
like
So many different stories. The
no,
package was
dude, what
damaged
the fuck?
beyond repair. All contents were destroyed and discarded.
Halsey received some compensation from UPS,
Anyways,
but
yeah,
not an
you
amount
can't
he
trust
felt
the
was
postal
fair.
service,
UPS says it
dude.
was going off
Fucking
the amount
seriously.
Halsey insured the shipment for.
Fucking
Meantime,
wrong
Tony
with your
Diaz had a
people,
hunch
with
the
your
guitar was
like you
still
can't
out there.
trust
I
the
just had
fucking
an intuition
postman,
that the
dude.
guitar was stolen and that it
Yeah,
wasn't damaged
dude.
and destroyed.
Sure
Can't
enough, on a
trust the
search, the
fucking
exact dime
postman.
slime
That's
guitar appeared on a Guitar Center website, down to the serial number.
21 1564.
That's like a VIN number on a car, and it's there for reasons
oh yeah,
just
look,
like
it's
this.
even marked.
Halsey snatched it up, and Diaz made the drive to Bakersfield to get it.
It was 3.5
In
hours to get there,
Bakersfield.
and it was 4 hours to get back.
Was it worth it?
It was absolutely worth it. Yeah.
When you're a small business like myself, you can't afford to have these types of things happen.
They filed a police report and called UPS back, but Diaz says the call didn't go great.
UPS was kind of, hey, why are you calling, with this tracking number? This is already a closed case. The guitar was damaged and destroyed. And so I told him on the phone, I said, well, that's so funny that the guitar was damaged and destroyed because I just bought it from Guitar Center and I have it in my car with me.
That's when 7 on Your Side stepped in. I spoke to a UPS security supervisor who said the guitar was stolen, but that UPS couldn't reimburse Halsey for more than he had insured it. After speaking with 7 on Your Side and Halsey, UPS agreed to revisit the issue if Halsey provided a receipt for his initial purchase. In a statement to 7 on Your Side, UPS writes, quote, "We strive to provide excellent service. We've been in contact with the customer and
better
have
hope you
resolved the
saved your fucking
situation.
receipt,
The
bro.
resolution, a bigger refund that satisfied Halsey and Diaz."
7 on Your Side's been fantastic.
I couldn't have done it without you guys. Melanie, you've been great, and getting me in touch with the right people at UPS.
While the guitar, which had been in mint condition prior to the theft, now has a few blemishes.
It didn't have that dent in the top before. There's a scratch back here on the back right here.
Tony Diaz and his son are glad to have it in their hands. Safe and sound.
If your child has used Roblox, you might be owed significant compensation from a lawsuit currently underway. Find out if you qualify. While marketed as safe for children, Roblox has allegedly become what investigators call a hunting ground for predators, targeting kids as young as 8. Parents across the country are shocked to discover that despite safety promises, their children were exposed to grooming, inappropriate content, and adult predators using the platform's chat features. The Washington Post, NBC News, and Bloomberg have all reported on this growing crisis. Multiple lawsuits have been filed claiming Roblox failed to implement proper safeguards while knowingly exposing children to danger. What most parents don't realize is that if your child experienced any inappropriate contact on Roblox, from suggestive messages to requests for photos or personal information, your family may qualify for substantial compensation. Legal experts suggest potential settlements could mirror similar cases like the Boy Scouts, where victims received significant compensation for institutional failures. But time is limited. Once these cases move to final stages, you'll permanently lose your right to join. Take 60 seconds now to check if your family qualifies. The consultation is completely free and 100% confidential. Attorneys only get paid if you receive compensation. Don't let Roblox evade responsibility for putting your child at risk. Click now to see if you qualify.
How are nuclear weapons different from conventional weapons?
Nuclear weapons are different from conventional weapons in many ways. One of the things that I like to say is that they really defy the kind of concept of both space and time. And let me explain what I mean by that. If you have a conventional weapon and you explode it, over a city or wherever, that explosion is going to have an impact in that local place. And it's going to have that impact in time. And then you could come back and clean up the area and rebuild and so on. Nuclear weapons are not like that. A nuclear explosion in one place, in one location, and in one split moment of time can have both global effects, and it can have impacts over actually even thousands of years through the effects of radiation. And there's sort of a number of ways in which even a single nuclear weapon explosion can be incredibly dangerous and devastating. And then there are a number of impacts in which a nuclear war, in which many nuclear weapons are used, can be obviously quite clearly much more devastating. So the thing that people know about nuclear weapons is that one nuclear weapon can be much more powerful than any kind of chemical explosion. So, for example, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki
80 years ago.
80 years ago, almost exactly, had what's called energy yields of 15 and 21 kilotons of TNT. Now, these bombs were made out of uranium and plutonium, uranium for the Hiroshima bomb and plutonium for the Nagasaki bomb. But when we describe their energy yield, we describe it in terms of the equivalent amount of chemical explosive that you would need. So that's where the 15 kilotons, 15,000 tons of TNT is how much you would have needed of chemical explosive to produce the energy equivalent to that explosion. And that in and of itself is huge. And just to give you one kind of point of comparison, the Oklahoma City bombing, which I'm sure you remember, it was actually the first year that I was living in the United States. It was in April of 1995. And it was a devastating event. It was the equivalent of 2.5 tons of TNT. So Timothy McVeigh had filled the Ryder truck with chemical explosives, lit it up outside of a federal building, killed 168 people, including 19 children in a daycare center. And there was damage in a radius of up to, I think, 16 blocks, something of that order. So absolutely an incredible and devastating event.
Worked on the
at the same
post office in
time,
Oklahoma
that
City after the
explosion was
bombing.
6,000
It was a while
times
after, like you couldn't even tell.
less energetic than the
They
bombing
had,
of
I guess they
Hiroshima.
said the
So
post office got damaged
15,000
in the
tons
explosion or
of
something.
TNT versus
So they were
2.5
redoing the whole
tons of
thing.
TNT. So that just begins to give you a scale for just how powerful a single nuclear weapon
Who's
can be.
that cat? What are you
And
looking
then on
at
top
over
of
there?
it is that we now have weapons that are far more powerful than the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs. In fact, in 1945, the U.S. had 3 nuclear weapons. One was used as a quote-unquote test, the Trinity test in the desert of New Mexico. And then 2 were used on attacks on Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Today, we actually have 12, on the order of 12,500 nuclear warheads, many of which are far more powerful.
How much more powerful?
So we know that both U.S. and Russia have nuclear bombs currently that are on the order of 1 megaton. That's about 70 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. At the height of the Cold War, when we were first testing nuclear weapons and actually first testing hydrogen bombs, which are different from the atomic bombs that were used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I can explain that as well, we were even testing the largest test that the U.S. had ever conducted, took place in the Marshall Islands. It's called the Bravo test, Castle Bravo test. And that was 1,000 Hiroshima bomb equivalents. And yet,
Yeah, we
the
did
Soviets
know.
actually tested something even more powerful. They did so
I am
up in
pretty sure
the North Sea, a region called Novaya Zemlya. And they tested, some
Pretty sure
accounts
we've
say
done all this
50
shit.
megatons. So that's more than 3,000 Hiroshima bomb equivalents. I've even seen accounts that say 58 megatons. So that would be basically, 4,000 Hiroshima bomb equivalents. The Castle
Yes,
Bravo
I'm pretty sure they're
test,
eating
which
their
took
own
place
ass.
on March 1 of
No, yes,
1954.
I am pretty sure
That
man
test,
is eating
that
its
mushroom
own
cloud, so
fucking
we all sort
asshole,
of,
bro.
have
No
this vision
shit.
of a nuclear explosion
Yes.
that produces
Literally
the mushroom
opening
cloud.
its mouth
That mushroom cloud
and
was
eating its own
25
fucking
miles or
anus.
40
Yes,
kilometers
I do
high.
believe that.
And
Oberos.
the
I believe in the Oberos.
widest
That
was
mankind is
60
literally
miles
eating
wide.
its
So
own
60
shit.
miles
Do
wide, the
do
mushroom
you hear the
cloud.
weapons they're talking
It's
about?
quite simply
Do
something
you
that's
hear what she's
unimaginable.
discussing, dude?
And that test actually had
Who the fuck
truly
would do
devastating
that, dude?
consequences for people living
So
in the
yes,
Marshall
I
Islands.
sincerely believe
About
mankind is
100
eating its
miles
own
from where the
asshole.
test was conducted, the population was living
No, like it's
in a
ass.
place called
Like,
Rongelap
yeah,
Atoll.
shit, your shit.
And those people were very,
You're
very
our
sickened
asshole, bro. General fucking MacGyver.
impacted by the test.
You are literally
It's a long story. They
spiritually
stayed
and
there for 3 days. They were
esoterically
moved
speaking,
away.
you're mankind's
But to
shithole.
kind of cut to the present day, and this
Sorry,
is
it works
actually
with
from
like
some
you're
of the
literally our
research that
shithole.
I've done
That's
with
where you go in the body
colleagues
of
and students
Christ.
at Columbia University.
You're the fucking anus, bro.
Currently,
Sorry,
there's
that's
still parts
crazy.
of the
What
Marshall
she's
Islands
talking about
where
is fucking
radiological
insane,
contamination
dude.
is very
No,
high. And
only a
that
devil,
testing
only a
ended in
fucking literal demon,
1958.
fucking
So
born in
it's
the
now
depths of
nearly 7
hell would
years
do
later,
something
and
like
there's
that,
still
Mom. What the fuck are
contamination
you
that quite
talking
simply
about?
is not safe.
You're
The
not
way I
talking
like
about
to put it
tannins.
is
You're not
it's
talking
not
about
safe for
guns. You're not talking about
multi-generational
talking about
community to live
vaporizing shit,
in
dude.
and to live there full time.
Anyways,
The most dangerous lies, not the
women
ones
and
that are shouted in your
children.
face. The most dangerous lies are the
No,
ones
dude, what the fuck?
that
Sorry.
whisper to you.
So yeah,
And chief
our
among
own
those
anus.
lies
Eating our own
is
fucking
the idea that
anus.
prayer doesn't work. It doesn't matter. Oh, thoughts and prayers, they say mockingly. Actually, prayer is the single most important thing and the single most effective thing you can do ever. The push to morph America into a godless country didn't happen all at once.
Then
It was
my
a very
children
slow
have to live
process.
with the fact
And the
that,
people who
yeah,
did
we
it
really
want you
did
to
it.
fall for it
No,
through
that's what's going to
ambivalence by not
happen,
even
dude. For
noticing.
God knows how long,
Downloading the Hallow
mankind
app
is
is
going to
the
have to
perfect
struggle with,
way
yeah,
to
we
foil
did
that
it. We
plan.
pushed the
It's one of the
fucking
most
button,
effective
dude.
things you can do to root yourself
Because
in
some
God
motherfucker
and
didn't want to
improve the life
lose.
of your family and your life here
No,
at
because some
NMD.
dude, somebody
Hereafter.
could not
So the
take
idea
it.
of little
Could
lies
not
pulling you
take
from the
the
truth is
L.
not new. The classic C.S. Lewis book, The Screwtape Letters,
So they pushed
puts
the
it
fucking button
perfectly.
and they blew us
And
all
Hallow's
up,
newest
dude. They
prayer
killed
series
every last
encapsulates
fucking
the
one of
message
us,
of
bro.
that book.
It was
Resisting the
his way
forces
or
seeking to
no
separate you
fucking
from
way,
God.
bro.
Embrace faith and prayer. It is literally the only way.
That's him,
Downloading
dude.
Hallow will
That's your
help.
chosen
Everyone here
one.
loves it. Everyone in
It
my
was his
family
way
loves
or
it.
was no way,
Daily
dude.
conversation, actually. So there's a battle
Fuck,
for your
man.
attention, for your heart, and ultimately for your soul. You can ignore it or
Yeah,
you can
he
be
blew the
prepared.
motherfucker
Hallow is
up.
the #1 Christian prayer app in the world, and that is a well-deserved accolade. Download Hallow today. Reclaim the power of prayer, which is the fundamental prayer in the universe. 3 months of free Hallow at hallow.com/Tucker.
What? Did he say yes?
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video.
A hunk of burning love.
Breaking now, an international manhunt underway after masked thieves stole priceless jewels from the most famous museum in the world, the Louvre. Still shuttered after French crown jewels, literally, including a sapphire tiara and an emerald necklace set among 1,000 diamonds, were taken in a wild 7-minute heist.
They found like
Sunday.
the crown of the
4 of those
empress in a
minutes were
gutter.
spent
Did I
inside
told
the
you the
museum.
crown jewels
The
got
rest was
stolen?
getting in and out
The
undetected.
French crown
You don't
jewels
do that without prior planning.
out of the Louvre.
Yeah.
They literally like just broke the glass and there was a guy outside the window in a crane with a basket or something. No, it was like straight up rent-a-cop shit, dude. Yeah. So
No diversion
And like, come to find out, like, some of the jewels used to be in like these cases with armored glass, and then when the alarm went off, it would drop down into a safe. But they said, oh, they replaced that with normal cases not long ago. You mean you couldn't get it to work anymore, could you, dude? That's what you mean. We're in fucking decline, and that shit broke, and you couldn't fucking fix it. You couldn't get the part. Microsoft no longer supported your safe, right? Let me guess. Microsoft no longer supported your safety fucking protocols, and you didn't have the money to pay them. The extortion fee. You didn't have the money to pay Microsoft its extortion fee, and your shit all got stolen, bro. Welcome to the fucking future. No, you're AI overlords, dude. Welcome to your satellite future as they float in space above us, deciding who lives and who fucking dies. No, dude, this is weird shit, man. No, we're literally witnessing the birth of the pagan gods, dude. No, we are. This is them. This is where those shitty fucking Greek petty gods all came from. This is all true, dude. So this is where all those shitty, greedy, jealous, petty fucking pagan fucking demons. This is where all the demons come from, dude. We're back. We're back to the point. This is where all their spirits are born in our time. This is where all the spirits of those demons are fucking born, dude. They're from our age. And yeah, they're gonna give birth to something that escapes time and space, dude. And now you know where Satan came from. You watched him being born, dude, and you did nothing about it. You didn't try to help him. You didn't try to stop it. You didn't try to say, hey, we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We don't. We don't have to do this. So here we are.
It's a simply incredible story. Jeffrey Kelly is out front now.
We are at the beginning and the end of all things. I'm telling you, dude, it's real. We are in the eye of the fucking needle, bro.
Over $1 billion. So in this case,
and they're about to drag us back down into that black pit of oily goo, bro. No, they are with them. They're about to drag us back down there into the depths in the dark, dude. Oof. Where the ring goes, back into lava. The ring is going back to where it was made from, dude.
Not going to be solved overnight.
Anyways,
when you look at art theft, it's going to be recoveries are going to be made very shortly after the theft, or it's going to be generational. The French police right now are doing everything that they would do for an investigation. They're looking at surveillance video. They're processing the truck that was recovered. I believe that the subjects had planned to burn.
Stole the crown jewels, dude. What the fuck?
Potential DNA evidence that can be recovered. And they're going to be reviewing surveillance video and conducting, not just
lost to history,
France, but throughout Europe.
You know, we don't know what happened. They got lost to history somewhere.
So it's going to take time. They're going to be in this for the long haul, I'm sure.
A Paris prosecutor told reporters today that it's possible that an art collector actually commissioned the heist. Do you think something like that's possible?
Now you know why the Japanese look better every day. Because they save shit.
I'm assuming that's speculation. If the French prosecutor has
same family on the throne for 2,000 years, bro.
Then she probably shouldn't be talking
continuous.
About it to the international media.
Same family.
I think it's
never overthrown, never assassinated. That I never.
My career, we call it the
same fucking family.
It's very Hollywood-like, the idea of some reclusive billionaire who has his underground lair filled with
just saying, bro.
treasures.
Same fucking family, dude.
Ever happen.
2,000 years.
Reclusive billionaire die and his family comes upon.
And they've had power and not had power, but they've always been.
It was most likely organized crime. It was. You know, they were good at what they did, and sometimes when you're that brazen, you're able to catch everybody off
We can't
guard.
even
That's
do
exactly what
200
happens.
years, bro.
Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction.
We can't even do
It is
100
amazing, though,
years.
Isabella Stark Gardner Museum, you know,
How old
like
is
the things
Scout?
that go
How old is
missing
any
and are just
fucking
never
company
found.
in this
Is that because no one
country?
tries to sell them or what?
About 100 years, and that shit's
these
gone, dude.
mysteries. I mean,
By the time the grandchildren come around, the shit's all gone.
Well, it's two different things, right? We've seen throughout history, including, of course, the Gardner Museum, paintings are stolen, you steal iconic artwork, and then what are you going to do with it? It's too hot for anybody to buy it. And so you've seen thieves now are shifting the focus to jewels, because obviously jewels can be broken down, the gems can be recut, and the settings can be melted down. I would hope, and I'm optimistic here, that of course the clock is ticking, but hopefully we have a little bit of time.
I'm listening.
These guys are smart, and they seem to be professionals. They're going to hold on to it for a little while. They're not going to break it up immediately. Because if the French police come knocking on their door, they're going to need a get-out-of-jail-free card. And those jewels are their get-out-of-free card.
Move your body.
And so
move your body. Come on, man. Me and you, we got this.
The Green Vault robbery
got this shit.
in 2019.
Come on, man.
When they were recovered in 2022, and the
come on, man.
jewels were
Come on, man.
arrested.
Let's bring in
Come on,
Andreas
man.
Amore. He's the director of security
Got
with the
this shit.
Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, which you may remember. That was the victim of another infamous heist back in 1990. 13 pieces of art were stolen. That crime remains the single largest property theft in the world that has never been solved. Mr. Amore was not in charge at the time. I want everyone to know. I think the question everyone is asking today, Mr. Amore, how in the world does this happen at one of the most famous museums in the world, where you would think there would be just incredible security?
Well, Jake, you know, there is good security there, and most museums do have good security, but no place is impenetrable. And when you see the method used by these thieves, which was sort of a brute force approach, they combined a approach with using this construction equipment so that they sort of blended into the scenery, and used tools to get through the window.
You're gonna see things, bro. You're not ready for.
You've suggested that the timing of the theft might suggest there was some kind of
Gonna see things nobody's ready for, bro. Nobody's ready for,
Well,
bro. Nobody.
You know, why didn't they do this at
Shake your body.
morning or 8 o'clock before
Shake,
the
shake
museum
it.
opened?
Shake,
They
shake
did
it.
9:30 when doors were
Shake
open.
your body.
Perhaps it's a speculation. The museum had lowered some of its technological guards protecting the building so that they could get in. I mean, the Louvre is the most visited museum in the world. I would suspect, if it was me, that if I was going to climb in through a window when the museum was open, the gallery would be packed. But when they got into the Apollo gallery, it was empty. They must have known that.
So art recovery expert Arthur Brand says that because these pieces are so recognizable, he believes the thieves are probably going to dismantle them and sell the jewels and melt down the gold and silver. Do you agree?
That's probably the reason they did this. I mean, you can't fence these things. It's sort of like a masterpiece painting. Nobody's going to buy it from you. There is no
Inside the pepper.
commissioning these heists for that reason. There's no collector. So, but I think that the thieves are probably holding off for a bit to see, hopefully, to see what the museum's response is going to be. It's a government museum.
Am I getting shot? I think I'm getting shot, dude.
So I wonder if they're waiting to see if a reward is offered.
Well, there might be some.
Where you at?
Collector.
What?
I mean, the paintings that
What?
were stolen from the museum
What?
at which you work, they're hanging somewhere probably, right?
No, that's never happened actually, Jake. When masterpieces are stolen,
Aha!
people who stole
Found
them
you,
quickly
motherfucker.
found they're too recognizable and too valuable, and there's really no buyers for them.
Kong ass motherfucker.
An instance really in history where
Gotcha.
that's happened.
Good shit.
So perhaps things are stolen, thinking you can sell them, but you quickly learn you cannot.
Oh, you want some too? You don't want none of this, boys.
Because if you hold the stuff tight and you don't shop it around, then it makes for less witnesses.
Told you, bro.
Amore, thanks so much. Appreciate your insight.
Told you didn't want none of this.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Can't see.
I'm Amy
I can't see.
An estimated 7
You're lucky.
million people
Tell your friends,
took part in No
motherfucker.
Kings rallies Saturday to protest President Trump's embrace of authoritarianism. Organizers say protests were held in over 2,600 cities, towns, villages across all 50 states in what was one of the largest days of protests in U.S. history, surpassing the first No Kings Day of action election in June. In Chicago, the protests stretched for 2 miles as about 250,000 people took to the streets. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson addressed the crowd, calling for a general strike. An estimated 200,000 rallied in Washington, D.C. Senator Bernie Sanders addressed the crowd.
This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country.
At a No Kings rally in Atlanta, Georgia, speakers included former gubernatorial candidate, voting rights activist Stacey Abrams.
And yet we are living in a moment where ethno-fascists are in charge of the government, when Christian nationalists are making economic policy, when we have a secret police telling us who we are. Their destination is division. Their destination is destruction. And their destination is denied. We will not go back, and we will not let them turn us around.
President Trump responded to the No Kings protests by posting an AI-generated video that showed him wearing a crown, flying a jet labeled King Trump. In the video, Trump is seen dumping feces on the heads of protesters from the plane. Trump has also repeated his threat to investigate billionaire philanthropist George Soros, who Trump claimed had helped fund the No Kings protests, which attracted massive crowds despite attempts by House Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans to label the protest as a hate America rally.
It's all
Israel
right.
carried out a wave of deadly attacks in Gaza over the weekend and temporarily halted aid deliveries. But Israel's now saying it will resume enforcement of the U.S. brokered ceasefire. Israel had accused Hamas of killing 2 Israeli soldiers in Rafah, but there are reports the soldiers died when their bulldozer ran over unexploded ordnance. Officials in Gaza say Israel's killed at least 97 Palestinians and injured 230 since the ceasefire went into effect October 10th. On Friday, Israeli forces fired a tank shell, killing 11 members of a Palestinian family in the Zaytun neighborhood of Gaza City. The dead included 3 women and 7 children between the ages of 5 and 13. Israel also bombed the headquarters of the Palestine media production company in central Gaza, killing broadcast engineer Ahmed Abu Matar. His colleague Ajib Mohammed described the attack.
We were sitting here safe and sound, and as you can see, the place is closed off to us. No one enters or leaves. We are all journalists. No strangers were entering or staying with us. Then the bombing happened, right next to us, in the middle of the chalet. Our colleague, the broadcasting engineer, was martyred, and our colleague's child's son was also martyred.
On the diplomatic front, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner have returned to Israel ahead of Vice President J.D. Vance's trip to Israel. President Trump says the government will send National Guard troops to San Francisco and may invoke the Insurrection Act to do it. It comes as President Trump asked the Supreme Court Friday to allow him to send National Guard to the Chicago area by lifting lower court orders blocking the deployment. Meanwhile, 7 officials in Tennessee are suing the Trump administration for sending the National Guard to Memphis. The lawsuit, backed by the nonprofit Democracy Forward, says, quote, "Our nation's founders recognized military rule was incompatible with liberty and democracy. The facts on the ground cannot justify defendants' overreach," unquote. Meanwhile, Vermont's Republican Governor Phil Scott
the military is not allowed to enter Rome, bro.
Troops to Chicago and Portland, calling it
unconstitutional. You didn't know that. You better take those troops back across the river,
Republican
motherfucker.
Governor Kevin Stitt criticizing the deployment of Texas National Guard to Illinois. Stitt is the head of the National Governors Association. The federal government shutdown has entered its 20th day. Senate Democrats proposed a bill last week to keep funding the government through October 31st, reversing cuts to Medicaid and extending Affordable Care Act subsidies. But that measure failed to garner a veto-proof majority of 60 votes. It comes as President Trump's tried to lay off thousands of furloughed workers, but that move was temporarily halted by the courts. President Trump is threatening to cut off foreign aid to Colombia and raise tariffs on Colombian goods after the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, condemned the U.S. for blowing up boats in the Caribbean, many off the coast of Venezuela. In recent weeks, the U.S. has blown up at least 7 boats, alleging without proof they were used for drug trafficking. Petro accused the U.S. of killing innocent Colombians. Trump responded by calling Petro a, quote, illegal drug leader, unquote. Petro then responded by writing, quote, trying to promote peace in Colombia is not being a drug trafficker, unquote. Meanwhile, the U.S. has repatriated 2 people from Ecuador and Colombia who survived a deadly U.S. strike on a vessel last week. This all comes as President Trump is threatening to begin launching attacks inside Venezuela. Despite reports, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has offered to give the U.S. a stake in Venezuela's oil wealth and other natural resources. Trump was asked about this on Friday at the White House and responded by using an expletive to warn Venezuela.
Offering mediation, what should we do to stop that? He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to around with the United States.
Trump has admitted that the United States has launched a covert CIA operation in Venezuela. In Bolivia, Senator Rodrigo Paz won Sunday's presidential election, defeating another right-wing candidate, former President Jorge Tuto Quiroga. Paz's election marks the end of 20 years of rule in Bolivia by MAS, the Movement Towards Socialism Party, which first came to power in 2006 with the election of Evo Morales. Rodrigo Paz is the son of the former Bolivian president, Jaime Paz Zamora. Ukrainian drones struck a major gas processing plant in southern Russia Sunday, sparking a fire. It follows an explosive White House meeting Friday between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and President Trump that reportedly descended into a shouting match where Trump pressured Zelensky to accept Russia's terms for ending the war. Trump also refused Ukraine's request for long-range Tomahawk missiles. Trump reportedly told Zelensky, quote, if Putin wants it, he will destroy you, unquote. Speaking to reporters, Trump referred to Ukraine's Donbas region as cut up, urging Ukraine to, quote, leave it the way it is right now, unquote, which would essentially mean ceding territory to Russia. It comes as Trump and Putin are set to meet in Budapest in the coming weeks. Prince Andrew has announced he's giving up his royal titles ahead of the publication of an explosive book by Jeffrey Epstein survivor Virginia Giuffre. In her book, Nobody's Girl, a memoir of surviving abuse and fighting for justice, Giuffre details how she was forced to have sex with Prince Andrew beginning when she was 17 years old. She also said she was beaten and raped by a, quote, well-known prime minister, unquote. In the book, Giuffre also details how she was recruited to work for Epstein by Ghislaine Maxwell, who met her at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort, where both Giuffre and her father worked. The Metropolitan Police in London are investigating claims Prince Andrew tried to ask his bodyguard to obtain personal information about Giuffre before a photo of the two of them, including Maxwell, was released to the public. A British government minister said that leaked emails show Prince Andrew had passed on Giuffre's date of birth and Social Security to his bodyguard. Virginia Giuffre died reportedly by suicide earlier this year in Australia.
You want to try the chicken? Yeah. Okay.
Vermont State Senator Republican Samuel Douglas announced his resignation after it was revealed he was involved in the exchange of racist and anti-Semitic messages with other young Republican leaders. Douglas was the only elected official in the chat. Last Friday, the New York GOP officials voted to suspend its Young Republican chapter. In one message, the chair of the New York State Young Republicans, Peter Gunther, wrote, quote, I love Hitler. President Trump commuted the 7-year sentence of former Republican George Santos. Santos was expelled from Congress in 2023 and pleaded guilty earlier this year to wire fraud and identity theft, including lying to Congress, stealing money from campaign donors, and fraudulently collecting unemployment benefits. Trump's decision to commute Santos promoted outrage from other lawmakers, including Republicans. New York Republican Congressmember Nick Nick LaLota wrote on X, George Santos didn't merely lie, he stole millions, defrauded an election, and his crimes for which he pled guilty warrant more than a 3-month sentence, unquote. In one of his first interviews
Oh,
since
when they
being
do it,
released,
it's
Santos
okay,
said
bro.
he's now
When
free
they
to get
fucking steal
Botox.
dude, what the fuck?
A 5-day strike organized
Motherfucker
by tens of
steals
thousands of
$100 at the
Kaiser
gas
Permanente
station.
nurses and
That's
other
too.
frontline
This is
medical
too much.
staff in
You guys
California,
fucking
Hawaii, and Oregon has
crazy.
ended. No agreements
So
reportedly been reached, but the union representing the healthcare workers said there's, quote, new momentum to begin negotiations. The union's requesting salary increase of 25% over 4 years. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
My favorite thing about Shipt since I signed up for Target Circle 360, no price markups when I order same-day delivery from tons of local stores. Only a handful of alcohol retailers and items don't count. I won't lie, I've had too much fun being like, markups on groceries,
all right, Sydney,
not
baby.
my fridge.
Deja vu.
Markups on pet food, not for my DOG. Markups on tools, electronics, home goods, meds, not in my house. Anyway, it's awesome. Order now at shipt.com/360. Terms apply.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I have a pretty controversial opinion today, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, AI is a pretty hot-button issue. I've made a few videos in the last week talking about how crazy good some of these multi-billion-dollar AI projects really are. We used a web browser that I guess people are using now to burn an ungodly amount of resources and now browse the internet for you. You've got Microsoft releasing something that screen records your system the whole time to give you very little in return. Now, ultimately, I'm somebody that believes nuance is very important.
We also have
I definitely can see this whole fuck AI train, and you can ride it all the way to the end. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is not something that's going away. A lot of companies and a lot of AI-centric companies have put in so much money. There is such a massive AI bubble at this point that I think at some point it's going to crash when people realize that maybe it's not worth the juice that is squeezed. The amount of resources spent really aren't leading us to something mind-changing. But again, to say that all artificial intelligence is kind of useless is a bit of...
That's not totally useless. It can tell you when you've gone too far. That's what the AI is for. You know that part where it goes, ooh, ooh, turn back.
Mom, what time is it?
Turn back.
A little after 6.
It was made by the dead. It's kept by the dead.
So it's like 5? Huh? You said after 6. Oh, that's a few minutes after 6. 6:07. Ah.
Again. Two.
So I gotta hurry. Yes.
You dropped the bomb. You want some spinach dip on the side?
Nah.
Well, no.
What? Oh, no, I don't think that's good mix.
You dropped the bomb on me, baby.
Huh.
Careful, it's probably all hot.
Mm-hmm.
What is the red? That's dead.
Spaghetti sauce.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, everything's hot here. So, actually, Mom, you want chicken again? No? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to. We just have quite a bit left. But no, you don't have to. We'll just we have stew left too. I'll go eat up chicken.
I was gonna say the stew too, I think we need to eat.
Mm-hmm.
The stew too, I think
Needs to be eaten.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest. But oh no, because I was gonna say if it works out too, which I don't know if it will, but you could bring some of the plants when you pick me up.
Oh, no, I'll do that. Okay, that's good. Works out, yeah.
Oh, Dad's driving us.
Yeah.
I got to go up.
Well, got one car. I gotta take baby to school.
Shul.
Baby's got school.
She likes it. Oh yeah, Dad, for the first time in a while. I think it was the last time she went to school. She was like, not that long of a day.
Oh yeah. She does like it's a long day for her.
It's like a long day.
She does enjoy school. We were talking about her teacher. What was it? Miss something?
Miss Gabby.
Was it Gabby?
Miss Gabby.
It was something. But yeah, I knows the teacher. So, yeah, that's what happened. We lost all those good round Tupperware.
Mm-hmm.
It was good little Tupperware. Good sizes. You dropped the bomb, baby. Is that enough? That's not enough. Two?
Yeah.
You think so? If it's full?
Mm-hmm.
Cover your mouth, beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Mama Harris said
You dropped the bomb on me.
take a shower. I'm gonna stop on the hair. Oh yeah.
What happened to the thing? God damn it, Joseph.
What?
Who takes apart the thing, dude?
Oh, I watched it, but I didn't take it apart.
Sorry, I don't. No, Bubs like takes it apart, dude. He does something to it. Somebody does something to it. Is that how it goes? I don't fucking know. So fucking know. Her thermos is now broke. I don't know how it goes back together. I don't stop. Long. Talk alone. Don't know why people do that. I mean, it's okay, I guess, to make it clean. I don't. That's not. But people take her thermos apart.
They're not listening to me.
What?
I watched it last night. I didn't take it apart. I'm the one that stuck it there.
Okay, well, it's apart now, and it was apart here.
Okay. Well,
I didn't pick it up, and it fell apart. When I picked it up, this part was not on the thermos.
Okay.
So I'm just.
I know.
I don't want to argue. That's why I said, please leave me alone, Mom. I'm just irrationally upset.
Okay.
And I'm just venting.
Okay.
And it's irrational, and I'm not correct.
Okay.
But I'm just venting. Please stop.
What can baby yours? Mommy. Oh. Turn my mouth back off.
Oh, we finished the Oreos.
I was like that. I was like, who
Oh, the
finished
box is gone. I
Oreos?
thought we still had some.
Bubs ate the last one last night. He like opened up. He's like, oh, there's one.
Do you still like goldfish, baby John? Or would you like a bag of chips?
Bag of-
You pick yourself a bag of chips. Okay.
I want to try the sun chips.
There's no set. You can actually, Mom, do you like sun chips?
Oh. Uh-huh. I do.
Give your mom a bag of sun chips.
Really?
If she eats them. I don't think the baby will eat them, and I don't think so.
I don't even about
Huh. If her mom asked her to, I'm sure she did.
Fun dad.
I'm sure if mom said, you really?
Oh my God! Shut up. Yes.
Let's try it for mom. Come on.
Mom doesn't use that voice.
Come on, try it. Try it.
Dad, Mom doesn't use that voice. No telekinesis.
Come on, try it for your mom. Come on.
You're Sydney's right. I don't use that voice. She does.
Yes, you do. It only sounds like that when I try to do it. It only sounds like this when I try to do it.
My gosh, Dad.
What? 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 I can do it.
My gosh. No, you can't. You
Mhm.
give it up.
I can totally. And eat some of those eggs. Eat a bite of those eggs, please. Even though I do think there's too much cheese. Cheesy eggs is not easy as you think, dude.
Yeah.
No, the balance, if you put the cheese in too early, it messes up your eggs. If you put them in too, I think that's halfway too late, it doesn't mix properly and you get big clumps of cheese in there. So no, it's a tricky little deal,
I
dude.
think it's just ground.
Yeah, you think it's cheesy eggs. That's something a single mom can, do. Look,
Lunch ready?
I think so. Go get dressed and sit here. Go. You're good. You're good. I mean, no. But yeah, anyways, it's one of those things. You're like, damn, dude. Probably like being French, growing up French, and you think like croissants are just simple little, 'cause you grow up with it. You're like, oh, And then when you try to make one yourself,
Right. Well,
WTF, bro? WTF, bro? What happened? Yeah, I'm sorry for getting pissed. I'm obviously worked up this morning. I'm still not over my game fucking death trapping, dude. No, it literally Dungeons and Dragons death trapped me, dude. The DM decided this is the way the game is gonna go.
yeah.
And so all night I'm sitting there thinking, how the fuck did it do that? No, was it thinking? Was it, and not only setting it up to trap me alone, that's complicated enough to predict the player, set up the trap, and then to pin me like that, all in that hard. That's a 25-year-old game, dude.
Yeah.
So anyways, it's a trip. Like, how's your brain? Yeah, it's a trip. Like, okay, the DM fucking killed me, bro. You only got one choice. Don't come back.
Yeah.
Are you gonna let the dungeon master chase you off? That's what. You gonna let some dick neckbeard, fucking pimple faced, fucking blackhead nose, like fucking troll ass dungeon master chase you off? Because that's what they do. Oh, pretty soon there's only fucking weird, emotionally vulnerable fucking girls left in the fucking play group. Wow, what a coincidence, DM. No, you know what I mean? Wow, there's only fucking weak betas, that you can dominate. Wow, that just happened naturally, huh? All the alphas are gone. Whoa, Boromir's dead. Huh. Oh, the orcs killed Boromir. First fucking thing. Yup, dude. That's why Aragon is a combo. So, anyways. Yes, those fucking neckbeards kill Thoramore right off the bat. The male.
Yeah.
You know, the traditional alpha male.
Yeah.
He's gone first fucking thing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then they almost kill Faramir, dude.
Yep.
And he's a good boy. He's and those fucking DMs almost killed Faramir, bro.
Yep.
It's all right there, man. It's all right there. Neckbeard ass motherfuckers. It's all right. I got one too. You like my neckbeard? What?
What?
What? What? What?
I'm drinking something. You're trying to distract.
I am not.
Kinda.
I'm trying to love you.
Soft.
I'm trying to love you by dragging you down. I'm trying to love you, bro.
I can't.
I'm trying to make you as depressed as I am. Because misery loves fucking. Which what?
I don't know it. That's okay. Bahamas? What?
What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, better hurry up. I'm ready. Go ahead and challenge. I'm ready. Lunch is made.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of, I don't know who you're talking to.
You're running behind.
You better bomb else. Hard to accept the white man's programming. Pretty soon she's gonna hit me with her action priority list. She is. She is. Bullet pointed and bullet point and everything. Priority action list. Girl. No, girl. Girly girl. What am I gonna do with my glasses? Nothing.
And yeah, calm down. Pro tip, running around doesn't make you go faster. And it's only 8:22.
You mean 6:22?
6:22. So we're not like behind us.
Of a stretch.
Oh,
Now, this is a technology like many other that depends on you,
Oh,
the
it's
user,
run
and
club.
how you choose
Oh,
to
so we
harness it.
are.
So for a
Oh,
lot of
see?
people that
Should
use
listen to the
artificial
girl.
intelligence, I think we all can kind of agree that generative AI with videos and images might
Totally
not be
told me.
something that has a lot of good down the road, especially when it's done for illegal purposes. Now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of good case uses for, I think, artificial intelligence. In a lot of cases, machine learning does work in the medical field to help cut down a lot of tedium and bullshit that comes with researching pretty serious things. So people that are doctors, medical professionals can use that to kind of navigate and do the more important human-centric things. I think for people that program or are just starting to learn how to write code, AI can be a great tool for people who have no coding experience to put a functional program together. But there's also good uses too, I think, for artificial intelligence for people that, like to play tabletop games like me from time to time. This is a game known as Cyborg, a brilliant title. Something that I absolutely will sit down and play with some friends. And again,
Yeah.
to understand having a GM, having somebody using an artificial intelligence to
Oh,
replace
yeah.
that is cool. But you may not feel totally comfortable
Yeah.
burning, the
But
entire
yeah, the
world
bigger
down
books you
with
start
your
reading, though, the
quest for
fewer books you
artificial
need to carry
intelligence.
around.
What if you could just
Like
run
you'll
things
get to where
locally?
you
And
only
that's
need
something
one
that I'm a
book.
huge proponent
Or
of.
maybe a
I think
couple.
that, the reason why
like
I don't feel
2.
comfortable using
So.
things like ChatGPT, using things like Gemini, using things like whatever Facebook
Oh, yeah,
related, is I
you
don't
remember.
trust Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Satya Nadella, any of these big Silicon Valley tech dudes to, take my personal information, really get people to send them images of themselves, their family, basically infest us so far into our personal life that the information they already have on us is then supplemented by user-provided personal information that I don't think any company should fucking have. Now, China has been releasing a lot of open source versions of their AIs. And
We're
you
going
might
to
have
start a
noticed the video
farm.
earlier
You
this year
ready?
where I looked at DeepSeek.
We're going to start a
and it kind of
jalapeno farm
blew
here in
the
Oklahoma.
AI world a little open, right?
You just start
locally
planting
running an artificial
jalapenos.
intelligence model that
That's
was
what you do
more
it.
efficient and in some cases
Just plant
better for
them, dude.
people, at least because they were running their stuff locally. And you might be like, but Muda, it's China. How can you trust it? I trust it because I run this locally on my system without it ever connecting to the internet. Now, in the case, ChatGPT released ChatGPT OSS, which is an open source version of their actual AIs that you can download and run locally, which is actually going to be what we're going to be doing in today's video, because I feel like a lot of people just don't know that you can run this stuff locally on your system, even if it's a cell phone. A lot of modern systems have
Do you
AI
get
cores
nervous?
built
I don't
into
know.
the
Maybe.
CPUs.
Yeah.
And if you're a gamer with an NVIDIA GPU, and I think even AMD stuff, you can run this shit locally. Maybe it's not as good as the big, supermodels in the sky, in the cloud, but at least the stuff runs locally. And in many cases, I think you'll realize that even if it's not as shiny and good as the stuff in the cloud, because you're running it locally, because you're running this technology on your terms, it might be something you could use to your advantage. I'm not somebody that says you should just shun technology away. Look, at the end of the day, the Pandora's box is open. So how can we use this stuff ethically? And how can we actually take back some of the ownership from these big organizations?
I'm reading the third mushroom right now.
Take your time and let me love you good.
A mushroom war.
Mushroom War. What?
Yes.
Where and what? Stardew?
My book.
Oh, your book.
It's because she's like a girl. She's
Yeah.
like a mushroom.
So it's a fungal war.
She also has this weird thing.
That's not funny, dude. Fungus wars aren't. That's not funny.
She also has this weird thing that whatever her parents eat, she has to eat. That's their weird rule.
I just heard about a comic book. I might try to find it. You know, Groot?
Yeah.
From the. Well, he gets a fungus and it turns him into like a zombie.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That sounds good. So I don't know.
Sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but a G thing, baby.
No.
There's
Two low down niggas going crazy.
and CJ. Me and CJ against the world, bro. Against the world, bro. CJ and I against the world.
Yeah.
What? What? Against the world, bro. Fucking world. I'm not lying. I ain't lying, dude. Did you wake up yet? Okay. Go crazy. I got keys. Catch oil. Make sure of the pee real quick and then good job. You got school today too, remember?
What's your, do you work today, Bumps?
Yeah.
What time?
4:30.
Okay.
A bathroom with pictures, man. I don't know what to do. It's fucking.
Express yourself, cause I'm from Grove Street. Yep. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, biatch. Roller coaster. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Warm it up, Kane. Warm it up, CJ. Warm it up, Kane. Take your time and let me love you good. Nothing but a G thing, baby. Da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Two low down niggas going crazy. Express yourself, cause I'm from Grove Street. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, biatch. Roller coaster. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Move your body. Move your body. Young oh, what it? Hey, yo, you dropped a bomb on me. Boom, da 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 da.
Mr. Jones ain't me. How fucking skinny are you now, Carl? See ya? Fuck you skinny, bro. Whoop, whoop. Fuck me. Look at you, bro. Not too much. That's too skinny, bro.
You pissing me the fuck off.
Cock-a-doodle cluck. Welcome. Don't choke on the bone fragments. Cluckety cluck cluck, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get talking about Docker. Now, for instance, one of the things that I've been playing around with is something known as seerxng. Now, if you're not knowing anything about home labbing, this is where people build their own little servers, they build their own little self-containers. Now, one of the containers that I use is seerxng. And the reason I use seerxng is that it's purely self-hosted, no user tracking, has access to hundreds of search engines. And the way that you get this going is you can go to their installation script, and provided you have Docker set up, which if you remember that Linux running Windows app on Linux video I made like 10 days ago, I showed you how to set up Docker and Docker Compose in your Linux system. Now, provided you follow that video and you have stuff ready to go, you can basically just copy a command like this, where you clone an entire Git repository to your system, change directory into it, and run a script, which again, you should always run scripts you trust. That I'm going to leave up to you. And once you have seerxng installed, you can go to any of your browsers, type in 127.0.0.1, and the port default should be 8080, but you can change this in the Docker Compose script to whatever you want, and as soon as you hit enter, you'll be set to a seerxng instance. Now here you can go to the Preferences tab, so to speak, and in the Preferences tab, you can go to Engines, and you can flick on any search engine that you want. So if you don't want Google, but you want, I don't know, DuckDuckGo, you can flick on whatever you want. Don't just slap all of them on unless you really love an inefficient search engine. And at this point, you can just talk about, anything that you want. So I'm going to type in the words user privacy, hit enter, and of course with a response time of, again, 0 to 1 second, you can actually get whatever it is that you want. Now, granted, the search results might seem a little bit of a flashbang to you to start off, and if it's something you notice here, there's no sponsored ads, there's no ads in general, and because of the way SeerXNG works, you can host your own search engine and basically strip away all of the privacy-busting shit that comes with standard search engines anyways. And because it's hosted on your system, you are completely in control. No, you don't need to deal with Google or Bing or fucking, DuckDuckGo. You can fuse them together, you can pick and choose what you want, and you can tailor things to how you intended. You probably have never heard of this shit, but at least you do now. But let's talk about the AI bubble in the room, okay? Now, obviously, you can go to ChatGPT.com,
It's all right, we'll
you
take
can go to Gemini, you can go to any of these services. But if you don't feel comfortable, but you still want to play with artificial intelligence, boy, have I told you how easy it has gotten, okay? So if you go to a website known as Ollama, you can download the Windows client or the Mac client, and these come with GUIs that you can just install the model to and chat with them as you go to these big websites.
Great goddamn you, dude.
You can copy this one script.
So old, so fucking old.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Shitting the past him, dude. It's your fault.
Next
For trusting
piece of
it.
software that I think is absolutely imperative you run on your system.
Your fault
if
for
you're a
trusting
fan
it, bro.
Of this kind of shit. So, all right, in order to get this stuff really started, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing you want to do is you want to get Ollama. Now, you can actually get Ollama in its own Docker image, which is kind of how I tend to do these things. So going into their website, it's as simple as copying this command once you've installed the NVIDIA Container Toolkit, which is really dependent on what your Linux system is. So really the best way is to look up, your Linux distribution and how to install the NVIDIA Container Toolkit. But to give you a quick idea of what it looks like, basically the NVIDIA Container Toolkit is how you connect your GPU to the actual, Docker containers. Which, again, ladies and gentlemen, might I remind you, is where you're going to get that big performance gain. If you don't have a GPU that needs anything, or an NVIDIA GPU, ignore this step. But since I have an NVIDIA GPU, I think it's fair that I show you guys how the stuff works, okay? So it's a simple matter of installing this onto your system. So again, using a command like this, you can install the NVIDIA Container Toolkit underneath Arch Linux-based systems, depending on if the repository has that tool, which in most cases I think it does. Then running this command, NVIDIA CTK runtime configure runtime Docker, it'll modify the actual configuration so you can patch Docker through, restart your computer, or just restart the Docker service. And then, of course, to test if it works, feed in this command where it pulls in, checks if the GPU is functioning. As long as you can see the NVIDIA SMI, you should be good.
Wow,
now, the
dude,
next step
stop
is
that.
obviously
That's
installing Ollama in a container.
I
So
guess
looking
it's
at
telling
this
you, I
command
don't
right
know,
over
just
here,
go with
and
the
again,
flow,
be
you gotta
careful
go
on
with the
what you run
flow.
on the internet. But again, running this command will allow you to run Ollama in your actual Docker instance. Now, once that is done and dusted, it's time to install
Doesn't like
a
me
model.
moving the camera.
Now, the model that we're going to be installing is through a command where, again, because it's in a Docker, you want to do docker exec-it Ollama again, and you want to pull, and this is where you're going to pick which, model that you want. Now, if you go to the models page on, Ollama, they have a whole bunch. So, for instance, you can get GPT-OSS, which is what we're going to do. But let's say you want to use something like DeepSeek. You can go all the way from parameters like 1.5 to 671. So you want to pick the parameter model that's more appropriate to your system. 20 billion is pretty much what I think most people who are enthusiasts in this can run. 120 billion, obviously, the higher the parameters you're downloading, the more hardware that you need. So for DeepSeek, you can go all the way to 1.5 billion or download the full 671 billion parameter model. Now, these are updated pretty sporadically, so again, you can always update these models for local use down the road. Now, you might be like, do you feel comfortable running a Chinese model or the American model? Again, this is a local AI instance, not something that requires you to really put in, you're not sending stuff up, you're just running things locally. So you can feel safe. Now, if you want something where you can share images like Qwen 3, where you can, send in an image and have it analyze it, you can do that. But again, we're just going to stick, for simplicities and for this guide, GPT-OSS. So again, entering this command, you'll download a 15 something gig model. So again, the larger the parameters, the more space you need. So you probably want to have around like 15 to 30 gigs free on your system for this whole sort of project. Now, once Open Web UI is installed, the next thing you want to do is actually get that going. So you can go to the Open Web UI GitHub page, which again, if you go to their website right over here, this is what you're going to be using as an interface to connect into the models that you download. You don't want to just be using the terminal, right? You want things to look clean and nice. So going to Open Web UI, going to their GitHub page, as we see over here, and I don't know why Git's slow, but you can go all the way down, and in the installation section of this, what you want to do is run Open Web UI with NVIDIA GPU support. So copy this line. Remember, this is a whole set of like case uses. So if you don't have an NVIDIA GPU, you can just install the regular system right here. Remember, with just a CPU without any AI acceleration stuff, it's gonna be slow. But if you do have AI acceleration cores, that's going to make this a much more enjoyable experience. So copy this whole thing over and just slap it into your terminal, and it will also execute this command. Now, once all of this is done and dusted, you can go to Docker container ls, and you can see that I'm running things like Ollama, I'm running Open Web UI. So it's time for me to connect into Open Web UI and see what all the hullabaloo is about. Now, depending on how your system is functioning, you can also feed through this command. If you're coming through server errors, you can feed it this command where a big change called network host is done, where it opens up more of your internal Docker connections so that you can run this. Now, when you go to localhost 8080 or 3000, depending on how you set it up, you'll be greeted with a registration page. Now, you can feed a name, email, and password. And again, if you're wondering, am I sending my information? This is all locally hosted. So you can feed it a bunk email address or your real one. It doesn't matter. But the moment you do that, you'll be fed into the Open Web UI system.
That's cool.
Now, in the top right, where you can see your profile picture, go to Administration Panel, go to, Settings, go to Connection, and where it says Ollama API, click on the little Configure gear, and if you need to, change it to localhost 11434, hit that little refresh, and if it says Server Connection Verified, that means going back to the home page, you should be able to see your installed model. So here is GPT OSS 20 billion parameters, and of course, I'm just going to ask it for a fun fact. Now, this moment in time, it will spin up your GPU, all right? It's basically loading the model into memory, and eventually it will give you a response. So, for instance, you can ask it options trading, and because the model is loaded in, you can see that it's thinking, and it's actually pretty damn fast for what it's doing. Now, if you don't like the GPT OSS model, you can load in any other model that you need. And if you look carefully into it, you can see that, yes, it does absolutely load into your GPU's memory. So yes, you are absolutely cranking your graphic card up whenever you're running this model. But again, if you're running the model locally, okay, you're literally just using what you bought for your own actual gain, and that's really where the magic comes into over here. Again, I don't think AI is an evil tool. I just think it depends on how comfortable you are getting rid of that, big company dependence and running this shit locally for yourself. Now again, obviously, if you want to feed this in for internet research, it's also not impossible to do. Going back to the actual instance over here, if you want to connect it externally, you can actually go back to the administration panel.
I love how camping's full of surprises. Except when the surprise is an allergy attack. Luckily, I've got Claritin D. Get fast, powerful relief from your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. It starts working in as little as 30 minutes. Claritin clears. Use it directed.
And inside settings over here, you can go to the web search option and actually allow Open Web UI to do web searches. Now, again, web searches depend on which engine you're using. You can use Seer XNG. You can also have paid API access to some of the big search engines and feed it that way. But if you have that Seer XNG instance, you can feed the actual Seer XNG instance and work through that. Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, you might be like, what about generative stuff too? Obviously, the downside to this is if you're not a fan of generative stuff, again, you can skip this section. But for people that are wanting to have at least some local stuff for that, there are things like Comfy Cloud, which I'm not going to go through setting up because it's not something that I have an interest in, but it does show you how people download other open source models and use them for illustrative generative purposes as well too. The other thing, obviously, is let's say you're somebody, again, like I said, if you're a programmer or somebody that wants to learn programming, local AI is a much more, I think, economical option, because utilizing things like GPT-OSS or even DeepSeek, the higher billion parameters, there is one code editor that I use on my Mac known as Void. You can also download for Windows, or you can just set up an equivalent for Linux. But since you have Ollama set up, you can feed your Ollama address into the code editor, and using the code editor, you can actually use these open source models in agentic ways where you can use it as assists for coding. Or you can just talk to these actual LLMs and utilize them to write code. Like, for instance, can you write me a simple calculator program in C++ that allows users to input two variables and do either 4 of these commands. So again, when you got the actual model doing it, it'll provide you the code as well, which again, if you're somebody that wants to learn how to code, you can even feed it the ability for you to learn code from to begin with, right? So for instance, if you ask it, I don't know how to write C++. And again, because it's an open source model too that you're running locally, it'll think quickly and start feeding you the ability to write stuff on your own. Again, these are just some of the many things that you can do with local AI systems, and I wanted to make this video because ultimately I know it's a controversial thing to say, AI has some nuanced uses to it instead of the whole either I have to suck this thing off or fuck AI in every capacity. I'm not somebody that's unrealistic. I think that, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Look, at the end of the day, AI is here to stay. So you might as well learn how to utilize it in a manner that is not disrespectful to you. So again, if you're somebody that wants to utilize AI in a more ethical manner, or you're somebody that, wants to at least take advantage of this kind of stuff without ultimately dealing into the unethical uses of it, or letting companies get away with the privacy-busting nature, this is an option you have, okay? And setting it up ain't that difficult. And if honestly you found this video to be too difficult, there's software like ML Studio, or the LM Studio that you can download that'll run these things far more easier than what I've shown you. This is just a matter for you to set it up once and have an easy, accessible way to utilize ChatGPT or any of these services, but on your own terms. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I am out.
November 22nd, 1987 was a pretty normal evening for television viewers in Chicago. That night, like every night, Dan Rome was covering sports on WGN-TV Channel 9. Then suddenly, the signal was disrupted and screens across the city cut to black. Engineers at WGN-TV thought their transmitters were failing. They weren't. A few seconds later, this happened.
What the f...
Back home.
WGN's broadcast signal had been hijacked in what is now known as the Max Headroom incident. WGN-TV was able to act quickly and get their signal back, but 2 hours later it would happen again to another TV station, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. So what happens next remains one of the most bizarre, unsolved crimes in television history.
Well,
Let's find out why.
Because you are going to see it as well.
Yes, it.
Yes, it.
Yes.
Namely, the Max Headroom story.
At 9:14 p.m., Dan Roan disappeared from WGN-TV. In fact, everything disappeared. Then, 15 seconds later, something crazy happened. Wearing a rubber mask and sunglasses, the hacker looked like artificial intelligence television character Max Headroom. And the new Max didn't say anything, but that doesn't make him any less frightening. After about 30 seconds of horror, technicians at WGN were able to switch their uplink frequency and bring Dan Roan back on the air. And he did a nice job of keeping his composure, but he clearly was unsettled.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. Actually, the computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild.
The engineers figured that this was an inside job conducted by an employee, so they started tearing apart the studio looking for the perpetrator. They didn't find anyone. Turns out the pirate broadcast was pre-recorded and the signal was hacked by a third party. But somehow this third party was able to intercept the WGN uplink and push their own signal through WGN-TV's antenna on top of the John Hancock building. But the TV pirates weren't finished yet. 2 hours later, on PBS Channel 11, in the middle of a Doctor Who episode, Max was back. And this time, he had lots to say.
That is the only way to learn.
I'll get you a hot drink, miss.
I've done some dry clothes.
He's a freaking nerd. Checks worse than Jesus. As far as I can tell, a massive electric shock. He died instantly.
No, really. What the actual
So for this second performance, there were no engineers on duty. They had gone home for the day. So the transmission played all the way through, and when it was over, the signal was returned to Channel 11. And barely an hour later, the FCC and the FBI began an investigation that would turn the entire television industry upside down. The hunt for Max Headroom was on.
Have fun.
Oh, look at that. You cannot beat that for a first prize.
Hope you kick some ass.
Well, you can, but I can't.
Now, to most TV viewers in 1987, the face of Max Headroom was instantly recognizable. He was called the world's first computer-generated TV host. Max Headroom originally appeared in the cyberpunk TV movie Max Headroom 20 Minutes into the Future, which was broadcast in 1985. In fact, he had a show on the air at the time. It ran on Channel 4 in the UK and on ABC in the US from 1987 to 1988. The show was eventually canceled when it was beaten in the ratings by Miami Vice.
Ooh, it's tough to compete with Crockett and Tubbs.
It is. A late-night talk show on Cinemax and a few TV specials had made Max Headroom a cult sensation, and eventually he would become an 80s icon. The Max Headroom story takes place in a dystopian future, and in this future, television networks rule the world. Even the government functions as a puppet of the network executives, whose job is mainly to pass laws to keep people watching, like removing off switches from TVs. And TV technology had advanced to the point that viewers' physical movements and thoughts could be monitored through their television sets.
I bet Facebook and Google love this future.
The only real check on the power of the networks is Edison Carter, an investigative journalist who exposes their unethical practices. Now, the networks don't like this, but Carter gets big ratings, so they have to keep him around. So one day, he's injured in a motorcycle accident, and the last thing he sees before he blacks out is a sign that says, Max Headroom, 2.3 meters.
Oh!
Desperate to maintain ratings with its star reporter, the network hires a hacker to upload Carter's mind into an AI, and Max Headroom was born. And despite what most people think, Max was not really computerized. He was played by Matt Frewer, who wore makeup and prosthetics and sat in front of a blue screen. And Max Headroom was designed to be a parody of real-life TV newscasters where the line between news and entertainment was getting more and more blurry.
That line is gone now.
It definitely is. Max Headroom was conceived as a cyberpunk on mainstream TV, a voice to rail against the establishment and corporate conglomerates. And the world he described in 1987 turned out to be pretty close to what we're living now.
Have you any idea how successful censorship is on TV? Don't know the answer? Successful, isn't it?
Okay, let's break down the video and how the hacker managed to pull this off in the first place. Max starts with, "He's a frickin' nerd." The people have speculated that the beginning of the video was cut off, so we're not really sure what he means, but we do know how he created this voice. By running the audio feed through an analog ring modulator, you can create this effect. And it might not have been an accident that Max hijacked a Doctor Who episode. Doctor Who fans are very familiar with the evil Daleks, famous for saying, "Exterminate!" And to create the Dalek voice, the audio was run through a ring modulator. Now today this is completely done with software, but in 1987, this would have been done with an analog effects pedal that could have been purchased from any music shop. So maybe Max was a Doctor Who fan. Max is referring to the Chicago Bulls announcer who was then WGN Radio's top sportscaster. And the background behind him was a cheap piece of corrugated metal that you can get at any hardware store. It was mounted on some kind of spindle that was rotated by someone off camera. Now, holding what looks to be a marital aid, Max yells the New Coke slogan, "Catch the wave." Now, Max Headroom was the spokesperson for a huge Coca-Cola campaign and made this catchphrase instantly famous.
More people are, as we Cocologists say, catching the wave. Catch it if you can. Catch the wave. Coke.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
So the guy who's against huge corporations had a brand deal with a huge corporation?
Ah, I see the hypocrisy in that. Anyway, Max then hums the theme to the 1960s cartoon Clutch Cargo and says, "I still see the X." Now this is a direct reference to Clutch Cargo's final episode.
I want to take a closer look at that thing. Break out the spacesuits, Spinner.
Right, Clutch. You know, I don't like the human mouth on those characters.
Oh, you don't like that, huh?
Not one bit. It creeps me out.
I know how you feel. By the way, that type of animation is called synchrovox, and it was used in the 50s and 60s as a way to keep animation costs down. It was also used frequently on Conan in the 90s and early 2000s, in case it looks familiar.
Just want to wish you and all your loved ones a very happy You're fired.
Okay, well, Donald Trump, everybody.
Yeah, I don't care for that.
Next, Max says, "I just made a giant masterpiece for all the greatest world newspaper nerds." Now, this is another dig at Chicago's television establishment. The call sign of the station, WGN, was an abbreviation for World's Greatest Newspaper, a slogan taken from the Chicago Tribune, and the Tribune owned the TV station. Now, let's see how he did it.
This one for the video pirates, who managed to scramble Chicago airwaves. The pirates interrupted WGN and WTTW programming with a show of their own. Our Mike Kirsch has more.
If someone wants to get into your house, they can find a way to do that. And I guess likewise, if someone wants to interfere with your signal, they can find a way to do that.
While some viewers were entertained by this prank, the stations and the government were not amused. Officials from the FCC pledged to track down the perpetrators and bring them to justice. Agents from the FBI's Chicago field office also joined the investigation.
I'd like to inform anybody involved in this kind of thing that there's a maximum penalty of $100,000, 1 year in jail or both.
There was a growing fear among law enforcement, the military, and communications experts that our signals were vulnerable. Imagine the chaos you can cause if you tried something like this with military transmissions. You know, at the time of the Max Headroom hack, broadcast signal intrusions were considered rare, limited to small, low-power stations, and special knowledge was required, and equipment that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
All right, Bubby, let's wakey, Izzy Bear.
Oops. To hijack a television or radio station signal, you don't even have to be in the studio. How many stations work is the signal is sent on low power from the studio to a big antenna. This is called the Studio Transmitter Link, or STL. Then the big antenna takes the STL, amplifies it, and broadcasts it. Now, Max knew this and was able to position a piece of equipment in between the studio and the tower. Then all he had to do was transmit to the tower on the correct frequency and push out a signal that had more power than the studio's.
Apparently somebody with some microwave equipment was able to interfere with our signal going to the Hancock transmitter.
Now, this is not just anybody off the street. He has to have an electronic expertise of some level, right?
Yes, he does. It takes very sophisticated equipment to do this at a significant power level.
Now, obviously, this takes a lot of knowledge about telecommunications, but if you have good line of sight to the tower, it can be done with relatively cheap equipment. Now, before you get the idea that you want to try this, remember, A, it's illegal, and B, signals are now encrypted, so that system really wouldn't work. Now, Max probably didn't come up with this idea himself. Just 1 year earlier, HBO endured an embarrassing hack. This intrusion was perpetrated by the now infamous Captain Midnight.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission.
April 27th, 1986. That night, HBO broadcast The Falcon and the Snowman.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Snowman.
I don't think you're right about that.
I am. Anyway, at around 32 minutes past midnight, the screen flickered into color bars with a message superimposed on top.
I love this guy.
Lasting about 4.5 minutes, the message from Captain Midnight was America's first known broadcast signal intrusion. And HBO execs didn't publicly discuss the incident, which was a protest of the recently announced price hike. Within a few days, FCC investigators had found the hacker. Captain Midnight was a satellite technician named John McDougal, who worked for a satellite uplink company in Ocala, Florida. At the end of his shift, McDougal flipped a dish in the direction of HBO's satellite and broadcast his message, overpowering the network's signal. He explained to investigators that he was frustrated at the network's rising fees, which hurt his other business, selling satellite TV equipment. After pleading guilty to charges of transmitting without a license, a violation of federal law, McDougal paid a $5,000 fine. Now, to this day, McDougal doesn't regret the incident. He said HBO was deliberately gouging satellite customers in order to get them to switch to cable. Now, it turns out, he was 100% right. That's exactly what HBO was doing, and it worked.
Just because something's not legal doesn't mean it's not right.
I couldn't agree more.
It generated hundreds of calls.
Really kind of expressing sympathy over the fact that our signal would be interfered with in this way and that it would inconvenience so many thousands of our viewers.
The incidents are now under investigation by the FCC and the FBI.
But the odds, I'd say, if a guy continues to involve himself, either sporadically or continuously, it's very great that we will determine who it is.
The investigation into the Max Headroom incident went on for a while, but eventually the trail went cold. The FCC and FBI weren't prepared for this type of investigation, and the agencies weren't cooperating with each other. Ever since 1987, people have speculated about who Max was, from local dial-up BBSs to Reddit. There are tons of theories. Eventually, each theory is debunked, and to this day, nobody has come forward. Now, most people believe that it was an employee with an axe to grind against WGN, but nobody really knows for sure. There was no message, there was no motive, and decades later, no perpetrator. It seems like it was done purely for the curiosity and the glory of simply doing it. That's good enough for me. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything today, comment, like, subscribe, share. It really helps out the channel. The algorithm is a succubus who wants to seduce us and harvest our essence. But with your help, we can defeat it.
When you say essence, do you mean...
Never mind. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
So you met Charles Manson in prison, didn't you? What was that story? Can you tell us that?
County jail. Please place an order.
In the county jail. But let me tell you, Charlie wasn't the guy that you saw on the TV specials. All right? He was he was like 5'4", 5'5", little scrawny. He was poor, kind of like a bum, really. He had a string for a belt. He tied his pants with a string because he couldn't afford a belt, you know, and everybody else, we dressed, you know, cool, ironed our pants, and so some of the prisoners were going to take advantage of him because they'd take advantage of anybody that's small, and we found out that he could hypnotize you, so we let him sleep in front of our cell to make sure that nobody would hurt him, and he got us loaded on weed, and 3 other guys in the cell. Everybody else had like 6 guys in their cell. We only had 3 because we were special. I had 2 killers with me. And then he got us loaded on weed, and I said, well, get us loaded on heroin. So the 3 of us tried to get loaded. He got 2 of us loaded on heroin. One guy just woke up, and afterwards I asked him, how come you couldn't do him? And he asked me, did you ever get loaded on heroin? He said, no. But your mind doesn't know how to work. You understand? Your mind doesn't know how to react. If I tell you to do something while you're hypnotized and you haven't done it before, or you don't know how to do it, you'll just wake up. And that's what kept happening.
Yeah, so you're saying that he got you guys loaded up on heroin or weed, but there was no heroin or weed in the room, right? He was doing this purely through hypnosis.
People know when I get loaded on heroin, my eyes, I get red under my eyes. And that's like literally, the first thing, blah, you throw up, you dump. And I mean, me and Chato, it's like we both got, blah. He dumped in the sink, I dumped in the toilet, and looked like, hey, what you doing? And oh, everybody was like shocked. And this Johnny Ronnie Cruz, he was like, well, what happened?
Let's go. I'm saving.
And boy, I was sorry when they transferred Charlie out.
You've basically got unlimited access to anything that you want because he can just keep on hypnotizing you back into it. What was he in for? Do you know why he was there?
Yeah, I have no idea. He was nothing of any, because he was a petty thief. He wasn't. You know what? And not to speak ill of the dead, but Charlie couldn't have done that any place, any time, but right there. And my friend George Perry knew him in Frisco, knew him in Oakland. Okay, and he was a scrawny little hippie, and the girls that he got, Linda Kasabian, all of them were broken. All of them. They were up in Oakland and San Francisco being ripped off by the pimps and raped by the pimps. And so he came around with a big bus and some acid and said, let me lead you. So it was kind of like they looked at him like, yeah, he's the Messiah,
They were already vulnerable. They were already primed for somebody like him to come in and save them.
They were so broken, and so needed somebody to take care of them.
In the same way that you could have done with a bit of extra heroin or weed in prison.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, then press here for the full, unedited episode. And don't forget to subscribe. It makes me very happy indeed. Peace.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace. Not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen. All under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, this one's exciting. Discord says that 70,000 users may have had their government-issued IDs compromised. The recent attack exposed them, and the hackers, well, they claim they've got nearly 2.2 million. Quite a bit more than what Discord claims. Now, this would be bad enough on its own, but it's also came at literally the worst possible time, because Discord is facing pressure from legal changes pretty much worldwide. Now, these changes have forced them to ask users to verify their identities. So here's the question. How can they keep asking people to do that when they've already failed to protect users once with this story? I don't envy their position. They're facing scrutiny from the public and from governments. And there's more to this story than meets the eye. And none of this looks good for Discord, the corporate entity that very much has been gearing to go public. If you want to, do your IPO, a massive wave of bad news is pretty much the worst thing. Now, given what we've covered today, I don't think you'll be surprised to find out that I use Incogni. They are both today's sponsor and the easiest way for you to fight back. You see, whenever data leaks, data brokers harvest it up and sell it on. Ever wonder how spam callers actually get your number? It's often that, and Incogni solves this problem by automating all of the legal paperwork you would otherwise have to do. And if you join at incogni.com/bellularnews, you get 60% off the annual plan. Now here's how it works. You enter your information. That's it. It now works. It really feels like magic. You see, you've got a legal right to get your data taken down, but doing so means paperwork, that takes hours, and it's not permanent, it can just be slurped up again. Incogni automatically scans brokers, it sends takedown requests, and it adds you to suppression lists, all automatically, and they continually rescan to keep your data down. Just take a look at my dashboard, 214 sent, 1 in progress, 213 completed, and I'm on 26 suppression lists. Which really does give me peace of mind, and over at incogni.com/bellularnews, you can get that peace of mind, as well as 60% off an annual plan, so check them out today using my link. To kick us off, a lovely little thing, sarcasm, called the Online Safety Act launched this summer, and similar laws have risen up in Australia and dozens of US states. The EU has got legislation looming as well. And beyond questions of overreach or free speech risks, privacy concerns are what has dominated most. And the most immediate worry is this, that corporate bodies are verifying the IDs of entire populations. Advocates like the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the EFF, have called out the potential risks here. They're fairly obvious risks, things like personal data that can be used for profiling, for identity theft, and things that are much worse. Now that data has been put at risk. Quite simply, the more databases that data resides in, then the higher the chance of, risks and breaches. And now with Discord, those worries have been validated. Discord announced that hackers had gained access to user information, including government documents. And with that said, let's dive into the inciting incident. Discord announced the breach in a statement that hackers gained access to user information with a limited number of users. Specifically, it was users who had contacted Discord through customer support or through their trust and safety teams. And that little bit of info will be very relevant later on. Now, what the hackers got was Discord account information, limited purchase history, though thankfully not full card details or security codes. They got IP addresses, they got chat histories with agents. So hopefully none of you degens were engaging in a little bit of ERP with the support agents. And then, of course, yes, the most important thing, the government ID images. Now, Discord's statement on the IDs read as follows, quote, the unauthorized party also gained access to a small number of government ID images, things like driver's licenses.
Come on, we got fuel today.
These came from users who had appealed an age determination. If your ID may have been accessed, that will be specified in an email you receive. So, this was Discord's starting point. It's very much not the end of the story, though, because the hackers then went and made their own claims. They provided proof of their identity to independent sources, and their number is a little bit higher, nearly 2.2 million photos of IDs being compromised, to a total of 1.5 terabytes of data. So this is a worst possible scenario. Mass user compromise and government ID documents. And for Discord, the worst possible scenario. Now, Discord immediately refuted this. They told The Verge that they've identified 70,000 users who may have had documents compromised, and all of them had been contacted. As for the 2.2 million number, well, they say that is simply part of a plan to extort them, to basically inflate the perception of damage. But regardless of numbers, here's, I think, what actually matters. How could this happen when Discord promised that their new legally compliant ID verification system was not storing photos? Because in the mind of most consumers, they heard your photo will not be stored. And now what do we see? Apparently 1.5 terabytes of your photos that had been stored. To explain this, we need to do some details. This seriously is important, so yeah, strap in, let's go. Now, Discord's trial for age verification in the UK and Australia works through service providers, basically third-party companies like KID or Veritat. Now, these companies maintain that all that they do, right, is they simply check information in a live scan, and then they give Discord a pass or a fail answer. So from Discord's point of view, all that they see is basically a checkbox that says yay or nay. So nothing's being stored in Discord's end. So you're almost certainly wondering, if that's true, then how could images of people's IDs even be accessed if, they're not stored? Well, Taking these companies at their word,
Yes.
there is actually a clear answer, and I can pretty much tell you.
It lasts a
So,
while, too.
these hacks
Green lasts
were
a while,
not connected to age
Oh, I didn't know that,
verification.
like,
At
almost
the very
a month?
least, not in that way. You see,
green
the
lasts a
hackers
long
claimed
time,
that they
yeah.
breached
I
an
assume
account
there's less
related to
sugar in that.
Discord, and
Yeah,
that
less
from there
sugar,
they gained
most
access to a Zendesk instance.
There's
Worth
less
noting,
for that.
Zendesk
There's
have
that
denied that they
bacteria.
were hacked, which is a bit of a strange wrinkle in this story. But the
Come
way the
on,
story
Easy
goes
Bear,
is that
let's
by
eat,
getting this
baby.
access,
Get
the hackers
jammies
could get
on.
customer service data. Now that data included support tickets, and those support tickets,
8:30.
those are where the majority of customer
A little bit
information
after
was gathered,
8:30.
including the IDs. And that would mean that
Yep.
this hack is actually about Discord's policy
lunch
on
is-
IDs
lunch.
that exist before the
stew in there
law
would be a good
changed.
lunch,
So
maybe.
this is where it's interesting, and here's
There's
how things
also
used to
some
work.
chicken
So, to
left.
take it from the top, Discord
We take
host servers where
chicken,
individuals
we have
may
artichoke
share
spinach,
content. Nothing like a
what
cheeky
Mom took
fap with the
yesterday.
boys. Now, they have policies to manage this fact, where they can flag an account as being an adult account or a child account. Children obviously get restricted from adult-only spaces. But what happens if somebody falsely flags another user as being a child, or someone simply enters the date of birth wrong when they're signing up? The answer is fairly simple. Discord would need a way to solve problems like this, so they had to have a way for users to actually prove they were who they said they were. Because Discord can't just say, all right, I trust you, bro, because if they did that, they, well, could be sued into oblivion. So what they did is they would allow users to submit tickets where somebody would manually verify their identity via their government-supplied documentation.
Are you getting her up?
And that's the key detail for this story.
Baby
What I
girl,
just
come on, come
outlined
eat.
is
Put
how
your jammies
Discord
on.
was handling ID stuff itself.
Got
And that is
cranberry
different to the new
juice.
system that is carried out by the verification
boo-boo.
companies that basically
Pretty
was spurred
girl.
on by the UK's Online Safety Act and similar legislation across the
get
world.
your silver.
So
Bubba say
this
grapes.
stuff was done by Discord's customer support
Bless the
teams,
soul, Lord,
and
indeed.
those
Thank
were
you, Jesus
teams
Christ,
that
receive.
are
Bless God,
Discord
Jesus
in
Christ,
name
Lord.
only. Because, yeah, they're basically outsourced. Okay, so according to the threat actors speaking to Bleeping Computer, here
I
is
got
how
some
things
peanut
went down.
butter.
They say the
Toast
breach
coming.
did not stem from a vulnerability in Zendesk, and it wasn't a breach of Zendesk either. Rather, it came from...
There's an open one. Is there? I think we do that. Shit. Oh, Mom used it for the artichoke spinach. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So there's. That egg sandwich I had yesterday. Yeah, it was perfect. Was it a good one? It wasn't like so the yolk wasn't cooked. Yep, yep. So it was still slightly runny, but it wasn't fully uncooked. I used to eat them like that, and then I kind of fell out of favor. But I would leave, and there's some people that do. They don't cook the yolk all the way. I cooked it maybe like halfway, so it wasn't dripping out. Yeah, but it was still a little. But it wasn't quite gummy yet, you know. And then all the way with cooked, it was awesome. I know. But I think once I started putting cheese on it, I think that's because I didn't used to put cheese on them. I didn't used to toast the bread. Yeah. I was just straight white bread with an egg and mayonnaise on it. That's how I grew up eating them. And then I started dating a girl when I was about your age, and she was the one that showed me how to toast the bread and put cheese on it. I should put pickles on it. And then, wait, I got a story. No. Then when I was 27, 28, and I met your mother, her and her best friend, Kelly, used to go to Waffle House. They got pickles on their egg sandwiches, and I tripped the fuck out on that. I'm like, what the fuck? And they thought they were, and they noticed that I noticed that it was toasted bread. But then they taught me the pickle. And it does make a difference. I did it on half a slice of sourdough. Mm-hmm. Pretty good. Hey, you eat that piece. Oh, well, you're eating a bagel. I'll eat it. So yeah, no, it is. It's the whole progression of the perfect fried egg. So I like a fried egg now. Just because with the mayonnaise and the cheese, it's already kind of runny, and I don't know about yolk and cheese together. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. So maybe not like sunny side up yolk. Yeah, but no. But slightly cooked yolk. Mm-hmm.
They're nothing.
Okay. You know what else we used to eat? And Grass Lake. My stepbrother told it to me. When we got home from school, we would take 2 pieces of that nasty ass white bread, Wonder Bread, back in the day. Yeah, the type of bread that when you like try to butter it too hard, it just like falls apart. That wasn't real bread. Oh man, I almost died. That's why it's called Wonder Bread. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, I really did almost die. Woo! Good thing it was bread.
Like catch right here.
Uh-huh. That rainbow bread. We thought it was the shit back in the day, though. But you take that nasty ass bread and then put 2 pieces of that nasty ass cheese that wasn't really cheese.
The American craft signal.
Yep, yep. And then put it in the microwave for a few seconds and let it melt. And we used to eat those, dude. And we thought they were delicious. Like,
Sounds wild.
mm-hmm. No, we did. We thought they were the bomb. And they were. They were hot and cheesy. And I look back now and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I ate that. Goo. That's straight up Matrix goo, dude. Straight out of the fucking nipple, the vending machine. It was, dude. It was fucking factory goo. Baby girl, do you want do you want crackers and pepperoni and cheese for your lunch?
No.
No, we only have pepperoni. You want peanut butter jelly sandwich?
Yeah.
I'll do peanut butter. Good. Okay.
If you haven't had a PB&J in a while,
Yeah, you might eat.
they're pretty good. You know that's only really an American thing?
Is it PB&J? Well, peanut butter is an American thing, right?
People really don't do.
What was up with the peanut before that?
I think they just ate peanuts.
Was it not very popular nut, maybe?
I assume no.
And was it Americans that turned it into slave food?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's like a carnival food because they always show like peanuts at carnival.
Mm-hmm. And this is the exact
Be like popcorn.
you should use that half.
Yeah, they used to.
Just 1 piece of bread, dumbass. Cut it in half.
You know, they used to use popcorn and stuffing for packages.
Oh, really? I know it's pretty bad. Yeah.
Until they a company found a rat in there,
Oh,
and so they made it
that's
with the
artificial.
styrofoam. So that's why it's called tacky peanuts.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Use peanuts and popcorn.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. Peanut shells too. Yep. See that works a lot. But yeah, I wonder what the history of the peanut as a nut, was
Before
it was turned into an industrial
Washington Park.
farmer and all that.
Which apparently he didn't actually invent peanut butter. He just took credit for it. One of those things.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
It's always.
There's like Edison with a light bulb.
Uh-oh, do we not have strawberries?
Jam.
Jam? Ooh, it's right here. Okay. These are bad, right? Is that bubble going on top? Pretty sure it feels. Yeah, that's right. Oh. History changes every fucking day, girl. That's all I know. Every day. Do I have something smoking? No, something good on me. The oven off? Okay.
Oven is off.
Yeah. It's under PB&J and some.
Oh yeah, where's the laptop?
Honey grams.
Maybe a laptop.
Oh, the baby laptop?
Yeah, like that.
Right
job,
there.
I'm not doing my home notes.
Oh, you're so nice. Letting your brother use your Chromebook? Huh? So sweet of you, my girl. Watch her, dude. I'm telling you, she's the kind of girl who could be a Karen.
Wait, Isabel?
Yep. From the heart. I think my cousin's in Illinois. I haven't spent a lot of time around him. I mean, when I was younger, I spent some time with them.
We have cousins in Illinois.
Yeah, dude. Yep. So I have 3. I think it's 3. 2 of my, it's Kelly, Karen, and something else.
K name?
It's your, my uncle BJ. My dad had a brother with one leg run over by a train.
That's the guy. Okay.
That's Uncle BJ. He had 3 daughters. They were all real tight. And those are my cousins. It's like, and I've been around them a few times, not a whole bunch. But I think some of those girls are pretty not bossy, but like
Strong
yeah.
willed.
I know one works for Hilton, and she's like corporate, you know.
Like HR administrators.
Well, I think she does something with conventions. My dad was telling me.
Oh, like
Whenever a big convention comes in,
convention
and she
organizer.
actually works for a liaison of some kind, because she goes all over the
Hilton
world.
representative.
Like she'll be in Dubai,
Oh,
and then she'll
so
be
like
somewhere.
big.
So she's up there a little bit. So in the other one, I went to college, but I'm pretty sure she was some kind of social work of some kind. I remember back when I used to be on Facebook. So yeah, them bossy women running the family. But yeah, smart women can be bossy sometimes. Oh, that's what else? So we got this. We got pentagrams. We got a juice box. And I think she can open these, right? Yeah. But I put them in a zip like that.
I never.
Well, I know she can open those.
Okay. Oh, you meant those?
Can you open these, or do I need to open them for you? I'll put them in a bag. I'll open it and put it in a Ziploc for you.
Yeah.
Okay, just in case. I know
I think you could put a sliver into the top of the package so you can rip it easily.
Yeah, I'll even give her one. I know she can't open those peach things. I think they helped her with her juice box. At least. Probably. But you can't. Yeah. You can open them. That juice box doesn't like the That's all trash. Actually, it's funny, dude. Got some Doritos. It's a little much. Which is hard.
That's too chip like.
Yeah, it is. Hey, do you like beef jerky?
Yeah.
Do you? You want me to send one of these with you?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay. You got it. I think you got it.
I think she likes to cut up.
I was just thinking I was going to cut it up. Ooh, you know what? Just lots of cheese.
Hold on.
Okay.
Dada wants to.
Are you sure you like these?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dada wants to.
Yeah, hold on while we get ready for school. You wait 1 minute.
I got to get my back.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see that. Come on. Okay, yeah, go get your backpack.
Do you know where you put the white thing?
It might still be up there, so I didn't send it with it. Right. Good job. Put it over there by the couch now. I think it's a little crowded in here, and I'll come get it. Cheese is what I was going in there for.
Where's my gun?
We the block cheese.
Where's my gun?
I will find it. Calm down. So I lost all that weight, right? I lost all that muscle and all that weight to get that girlfriend.
Yeah.
And then I found out hit the I can't exercise anymore glitch.
What?
So I can't gain that fucking muscle back, bro. In the gym, at least. They're saying I can get some muscle back by swimming, or they said it's some kind of glitch. I've caught the can't work out anymore. You can really that game did that on purpose, dude. Crazy. Made me drop all that fucking muscle and shit. Now my character looks like a fucking crackhead. The fuck, dude?
You can't work out.
Not count. Oh, it's a glitch. No, fucking crackheads, dude. What the fuck, bro? So anyway, this weird shit. I was already pissy. I had to lose all my muscle just to get. That's fine. Okay, I can get it back. I can get it back.
You can't get back.
Oh, I can get it back, but now I'm gonna have to grind it. Like not just grind it in the gym, but like swim. So now since I can't lift weights, I can't gain. I gotta transfer the fat into muscle. Whew. Just so I can put CJ away like I want him to look, just in case, years from now. Dude, what the fuck, Joseph Mahar?
That's messed up.
And yeah, it's a glitch, right? You can't fix that. You know how many billions of dollars, right? You can't fucking fix that bullshit. It's a glitch, motherfucker. Weird shit. Weird shit. You mean the AI's evil? Either you're evil or the AI evil, or you think you're fucking cute. You think that's fucking cute? Think that's fucking cute to make me lose all my muscle mass? Fuck up my player character, dude? You think that's fucking cute? And then it'll leave me stuck like that at endgame? So I'm gonna go into the cinematic endgame period all fucked up looking like a crackhead. No, anyways, I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, these guys, what the fuck? Not bad, but yeah, god dang, dude, come on. Nope, gotta grind it out. I gotta spend 4 real world hours, right, Joseph? 4 real world hours fucking swimming in a goddamn 3D simulated matrix to get my character. Fuck, dude. Anyways. I'm just like, Jesus, dude, this is not real. This isn't happening right now. But yeah, it did. And they already set you up by one girl wants you fucking fat. They made me get, but not just gain weight, they made me get fat. So I should have just not engaged with the system. Is that Rockstar's point? I'm being punished for trying to fucking, or I was being too gamey? What's their moral there? I was being too much of a completionist?
You should just pick the girlfriends that like you.
Or something. You should have stopped doing 100%. You should have. What's the moral there? That Satan jumped out from the curtain and go, gotcha. No, at the carnival, Satan jumped. Aha, sin. You sinned, so I can fuck you. You broke some kind of rule, so now you're getting fucked. Anyways, I'm just. Well, what rule is it? Well, I can't tell you, so we're gonna call it a glitch. So anyway, obviously you can tell I'm a little emotional about fucking up CJ. And yeah, he was looking a little bulky. So, hmm. So I think it is. There's a balance of fat and muscle. I think you don't want to go full muscle and zero fat because he does, and he starts looking too muscly, like a bodybuilder.
That's even in real life.
Yeah, you want to balance.
When you get down below 6% body fat, that's when you can start seeing like every little sinew and muscle. Like when your skin looks like it's like a wet paper towel stretched over muscle. And people really don't like that. I mean, if you do that for like bodybuilding, and then on top of that, it's like really not good for your body.
Yeah, it starts looking unnatural. So, and I'm sure it was my fault. I should have went and dated the girl. I didn't realize, and I'd read it, but I forgot. But the car you drive matters in your sex appeal. And you have to get out of the car to talk to the girl, but it's within distance. The game recognizes, she recognizes that's your car. So I could have got the girl a lot earlier and not had to lose that much muscle. But anyway, still, yeah. Still, man. All right, baby, I got your lunch. You got your lunch. Let's get you dressed. We're running low. Yep, let's get you dressed. Gotta brush your hair. You gotta brush your hair, get some clothes on you. Are your clothes all on this side? Yes. One different pair. I think those are too tight. What? Why instead of pair of sides? This match, folks. Yeah, and there's pink flowers on there. Yeah. Some socks and your new tennis shoes. I got to go and get dressed. Mom's got something in the crock pot. Mom's got something in the crock pot.
From a compromised account belonging to a support agent. Now, that agent worked for what is called a business process outsourcing provider, a BPO, and a BPO that was used by Discord. Now, I should say there's potential for this to be untrue, but it does at the very least align with how Discord described the matter to the public already. So, as best we can tell, here's the reality of things. Discord does not handle their customer service in-house, right? And actually, almost no big companies do, especially in tech. And the reason why is fairly simple. Customer support is expensive and it is staff-intensive. It's the sort of thing that traditionally is seen to only really be able to lose a company money. Obviously, I think that is absolute bollocks. Whenever I have a really good customer support experience and it's obvious a company has actually invested money in that, what does it tell me? It tells me this company actually cares about me as a customer because they invested money in my experience. That's a story for another day. So, what these companies do is they outsource to other companies who will offer to do it more cheaply than could be done in-house. And often that's because they're in like Vietnam, India, Egypt, so many examples, just places with lower standards of living or lower wages. So basically it's a game of getting as many warm bodies as possible for as little money as is possible. Of course, that will likely be outsourced to AI fairly soon, or, outsourced to the other form of AI. Actually, Indians. Don't know if you know about that story, but it was pretty damn funny. Anyway, in theory, this kind of thing is also true of the ID verification companies, like the ones Discord are using in their trial in the UK and Australia. But
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls, so you can ascend towards Asgard. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
You've rolled out VR training. Employees love it and the demos look incredible. But when stakeholders ask what's the actual impact, you're left with manual reports and anecdotal feedback. Most VR training programs are operating in a complete data blind spot. Today, I'll show you how Fortune 500 companies are solving this exact problem. First, let's understand the 4 biggest challenges that are holding back VR training programs. Problem 1. Once learners put on a headset, you lose complete visibility. No tracking completion, struggle points, or performance. You're basically flying blind. Problem 2. VR operates in a silo, disconnected from your LMS, dashboards, and existing systems. Teams resort to manual CSV exports and custom workarounds. Problem 3. There's no playbook for what metrics actually matter in VR training. Teams collect data but can't interpret or act on it effectively.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Those third-party ID companies are
Jesus Christ!
They are
Dick,
entirely designed to do ID
that had nothing to do with me. Nothing.
Ties to regulators.
Not even close to anything I'd be fucking interested in.
All you need is someone cheap who can answer emails in line with a guidebook. And in a case like this, where the plan was to extort a financial ransom from Discord, that can obviously be counterproductive. If the third party doesn't have enough security, then Discord is exposed. And if individuals involved in that company are susceptible to bribes or hacks of their own, Discord is also exposed. Now, this also limits how much control there is over a policy even being followed. And we actually know this because Discord's own policies say that this should never be able to happen. Yeah, this should be impossible because their policy states, quote, age verification. If you submit an ID for an age verification appeal, we will delete it within 60 days after the age appeal ticket is closed. Now that obviously feels like bullshit if this story is true, because when you read those words from Discord and you see the word we, you tend to think that actually means Discord themselves.
I'm starting to think now we just get
So what we've learned
commercials.
then is that these BPOs, these business process
justify a
outsourcing companies,
subscription, you know what I
are
mean?
usually the weakest point in any chain of security.
Yes.
And that's precisely
The
because
force,
they're
just
kind of
good luck with
off
the
hands
force.
as far as the main company, in
But
this
there's
case Discord,
no,
would
like
be
a video
concerned.
game,
And that
there's
means
no
that breaches
reason
of
other than
policy
to make
just
it, you know,
will happen.
stages
Stuff will
to make-
slip
yeah.
through the cracks. There will be bad habits that never get caught. And what this reveals is something that you really should know. Whenever you look at policy things like this, basically that policy is mostly relevant after it's been violated. Because ultimately, like, the test of a system is, well, you know, the system actually being tested by shit going wrong. So the key thing here is that none of this, none removes fault from Discord. Even if they say it was an outsourcing company and, oh no, we've cancelled our contract with that company. Because Discord is responsible for vetting and reviewing that the security and the data management processes of their suppliers are actually following their own rules. Because if Discord has a policy of ID deletion, and it turns out their partners weren't deleting the ID, it's their bad. Discord should be auditing that shit on the regular. And unfortunately for Discord, in this instance, they are going to have to take responsibility for this L at the worst possible time. Because there's a whole other dimension to Discord that you very well may not know about. So when I say Discord really didn't need another controversy, it's actually because, well, before the US government shutdown, the company's CEO got called before Congress. Obviously, that's ended up being delayed. But what was going on is Humam Shikani was set to appear before the US House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. And there he would have to answer questions alongside executives from Reddit, Steam, and Twitch. Now, these questions were on how they were trying to prevent extremists from using their services. And that's for fairly obvious reasons. So now Discord are going to have to deal with that, as well as the rising tide of US state legislation. Legislation that is demanding they protect children, verify IDs, and ensure that users' privacy is protected. So they need to do that. They need to rebuild trust with the public in order to accomplish all of that. And all of this is, of course, in service of their ultimate goal, at least currently, which is to do their IPO. And here's why that's awful for a lot of the powers involved, okay? So you see in a company like Discord, they start with the seed round. And you know, they got Series A, Series B, Series C. They're getting all these heaps and heaps and heaps of money. Now, the whole point is eventually that the company will become private and very profitable, or perhaps sell to another company. We actually believe they tried to sell. That was like earlier on a few years ago. Or, of course, to go public. Because whenever the company goes public, well, you know, those shares are sold. And what that means is that their initial investors, and, you know, anyone else throughout all the different series of investment, they finally get their big payday. So a hell of a lot of money wants them to go public. And to go public successfully, with as high a price as you can manage, guess what? You need to not have drama like this. But unfortunately for the business people at Discord, drama like this is what they have got. But if you're here for the drama, good news. You should check out this story next. It's quite fun.
Guess what? Chick butt.
20th Century Studios presents Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Discover the movie that's being called the best film of the year. Springsteen, rated PG-13. Parental guidance suggested for children under 13. Friday.
So I opened my phone up just a bit ago, and I saw I had a notification on Instagram, and I opened it up, and I saw this.
Hi, we're going back on tour.
Isn't it weird saying it out loud?
Yeah, it totally. You know, we're musicians and we're players. And our music is special. It really is special. When being away from it for a while and revisiting it, I realized how difficult it is to play, but how rich it is in its music and lyrics and everything that it represented. It feels great to say out loud, finally, that we're going to go on tour and we're going to play a lot of these songs. Yeah. One of the cool things about how this is progressing, all the songs we're putting together, 35 songs or so far, for a set that's going to be, I don't know, around a couple of hours, is the fact that we're going to cover a lot of things and change it up night to night, but we'll always have a part of the show that's a tribute to Neil and his memory of him and everything that he was to us. And it's going to be beautiful to be able to celebrate him every single night. Yeah.
But the biggest question is, the obvious question is, how do we replace someone who's irreplaceable? And I had heard from Scully, my bass tech, who had been on tour with Jeff Beck, and he had been working with this drummer named Annika Niles. And he mentioned that how impressive she was, how talented and musical she was, and powerful. And I think you and I playing with her started to put a charge in us when we heard our song coming back to life. And it was only once we had those successful rehearsal sessions with her that made me feel like, yes, we can do this and we can do justice to this. And this is going to be fun.
Well, I felt exactly the same.
This is really exciting to me. Annika is an amazing drummer. I've featured her in a couple videos in the past.
I got some of those. So relaxed.
I also saw her play with Jeff Beck back in 2022 here in Atlanta, and I was blown away. I thought she was incredible. I followed her on Instagram for the last couple of years. She's an amazing drummer. Now, you can never replace Neil. No. But those guys should be out playing, and they should be out playing Rush's music. And to me, this is really exciting. I can't wait to go see them with Annika playing. This is a way to celebrate Neil's music with Rush. I want to say the last time I saw Rush play was in 1996 here at the Omni. It was the Test for Echo tour. But for other people that never got a chance to see them play, no, it's not the same band. But this is, I think, really a cool way to honor Neil and for people to get to hear Rush's music live again. Now, I don't know what to expect with Annika playing drums with Rush, but I can imagine it because I know her drumming really well. In my brain, I'm thinking it's going to be her playing some of Neil's parts and then her doing her own thing. I really hope that that's what it is, that she's really kind of putting her own spin on his drum parts. I don't think that she should cover Neil's parts, but the parts that need to be played, the fills that you expect to hear, you're going to hear. Yeah. And then you're also going to hear her do her own thing. She's incredible playing at odd times. She's got an amazing groove. She's really exciting to watch and to listen to. I'm just a huge fan, and to me, this is a great, great thing. The other part of the announcement that I think is exciting is actually them having a keyboard player, so Getty doesn't need to go over and play, and he can focus on being out in front and playing the bass, and obviously, as he said, he will play the keyboard parts that he needs to play. I think
All right, I gotta take the kids to school. I'll be back. You heard me, cat. I'll be back. Cat ass. Cat face. Two cats. Got two cats in me. Cat one and cat two. Shit, you coming outside, you big fat cat? Hmm? Send them all to the camps, bro. To the camps. Same cure. Same shit. New day. Same shit. Different day. Watch it, kitty kitty. Out of my chair, please. Same shit. Different day. Sending the homeless to the camps. It always starts with the gypsies first. The travelers. Whatever we call it. Yep. It always starts, dude. Downtown Electric Avenue. First members of the family to start disappearing. Meow, meow. Huh, kitty kitty. Huh. Let's heard from Uncle Jethro in a while. Rock down to Electric Avenue. They get to pick their families. We don't have that luxury, dude, of picking our families. Unfortunately. It's the way it is, bro. What's us? It's your culture. Get what you got. Get what you got. It's a little bit different here in the hills, bro. A little bit different here in the hills. Where are we at, CJ? Where are we at, people? Where are we at? Rock down to. Where are we at? Like all these. I got that one. I got all these. Good swim, see if it gives us muscle. What the fuck, bro? Oy, Kaddish. I'm gonna go down here. We'll say, and we'll go down here and we'll say, well, yeah. So we gotta get all. There's no safe spots here. Yeah. Alright. Collect all the. Jesus, dude. No, I don't want to collect all those fucking oysters. Whetstone. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Alright. Alright.
This is just a great thing, and I'm really excited about it. I don't know Getty or Alex. I'd love to interview them. If you guys see this, I would love to interview you. I just wanted to say, get on here and say that I'm incredibly excited and supportive of this. I think it's great news. Really love to know your thoughts about this. Leave it in the comments. Hit subscribe. Thanks for watching.
I'm not looking for the horseshoes.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Each Apple product, like
I'm
an
not
iPhone,
purposely
is
looking
thoughtfully
for those
designed
fucking
by skilled
horseshoes.
designers. The
If I
titanium
find them, I
Apple Card
find them.
is no different. It's laser etched, has no numbers, and it earns you daily cash on everything you buy, including 3% back on everything at Apple. Apply for Apple Card on your iPhone in minutes.
Subject to credit approval. Apple Card is issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
Was the 2024 Nobel Prize in Physics plagiarized? This accusation has been raised by Jürgen Schmidhuber, professor for computer science and author of some of the most cited papers in AI research. That sounds pretty serious. Let's have a look. The 2024 Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton for their work on artificial intelligence. In the words of the Swedish Royal Academy, for foundational discoveries and inventions that enable machine learning with artificial neural networks. Their key works are from the 1980s. This was not, of course, the beginning of artificial intelligence. The idea of artificial neurons that could one day be combined to an artificial neural net goes back to the late 1950s. It was popularized in a 1969 book by Marvin Minsky and Seymour Papert. But those first efforts didn't go anywhere. The hardware just wasn't good enough. In the 1970s, it followed the first AI winter with reduced funding and widespread disillusionment. Research, however, continued, and that brings us to the plagiarism charges. In the 1970s, Alexei Ivakhnenko proposed computational models with multiple layers of inference, and Shunichi Amari developed a mathematical framework for how artificial neural networks could learn by a simple updating rule. Both of these ideas are still used today. Schmidhuber claims that Hopfield just republished Amari's approach and failed to cite the prior work. And Hinton, Schmidhuber says, failed to cite Ivakhnenko and used an idea based on something called the Sherrington-Kirkpatrick model, which he also didn't cite. What are we to make of this?
I've got to eat too right
The
up.
first thing to mention is that Alexei Ivakhnenko died in 2007. Since the Nobel Prize can't be awarded posthumously, it's somewhat moot to discuss whether he should have received it. When it comes to the charges that Hopfield and Hinton didn't cite these other guys, that's partly true. I looked at it and they cited them sometimes, but inconsistently. I would call that neglect, but not plagiarism. That said, I think Schmidhuber misses a relevant point. There is no Nobel Prize for computer science. Hopfield and Hinton received the Nobel Prize for physics. It was awarded to them because they connected the computer science ideas to physics. They introduced a measure of generalized energy to quantify how well a model is doing and connected the neural network idea to physical systems whose behavior had previously been studied, for example, by Sherrington and Kirkpatrick. But Hopfield and Hinton were the ones to make that connection. Why did they receive the Nobel Prize for this? For one thing, one might argue that making this connection to physics was a major step for our further AI developments. But more importantly, it's because the Nobel Prize Committee is bound to fulfill Alfred Nobel's will from 1895. I suspect they wanted to give a Nobel Prize for AI, so they had to find a connection to one of the topics in Nobel's will. If it isn't chemistry and it isn't medicine, congratulations, it's physics now. That said, while I think the word plagiarism is somewhat inappropriate in this case, the discussion sheds light on a deeper problem. It's that in science, progress always builds on prior work. In Newton's words, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. What makes it even more difficult to rate individual contributions is that human brains all work more or less the same. If different research groups have access to the same information at the same time, and they have pretty much the same resources, they're likely to reach similar conclusions independently at almost the same time. The most prominent example might be Newton and Leibniz, who both developed calculus. But there are more contemporary examples like supersymmetry, for example, which was developed independently by American and Russian groups at almost the same time. Or the mathematics for what we now call the Higgs mechanism, that was developed independently 5 or 6 times. And as we begin to use artificial intelligence in research, this will get worse. because AI is a great equalizer when it comes to the use of existing resources. Soon every lab will have the same data, the same models, and the same reviewer complaining about figure 3. Personally, I think that the Nobel Prize is a biased, unfair, and at this point also politicized award. It glorifies individuals for what's really a community achievement. Then again, this is how humans are wired. We pay more attention to personal stories. And if the Nobel Prize inspires people or motivates them to become scientists, I think that overall this is a net positive. Awards and prizes are shit until you win one, in which case it's well deserved. Trust matters a lot when it comes to science news. A science magazine you can trust is Nautilus, who have been sponsoring this video. Nautilus keeps you up to date on the most relevant topics in science today, and they frequently have scientists writing the stories themselves. What I particularly like about Nautilus is that they cover science in its full breadth, from astronomy to economics, history, neuroscience to philosophy and physics. This isn't your average popular science magazine. It's a magazine for people who care about science. Nautilus has a digital and a print version. In addition to full access to all the stories, Nautilus members receive benefits. That includes priority access to events, exclusive products, and product discounts. If you use my custom link joinnautilus.com/Sabine, you'll get 15% off your membership subscription, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Pope Leo has released what is being called a letter to all Christians on love for the poor. It's his first major document to the Catholic flock and an early indication of the first American Pope's priorities. In tonight's In Depth, Chris Livesay reports the Pope has put a clear focus on the care of vulnerable immigrants.
In his first major document, Pope Leo dove right into poverty, saying God has a special place in his heart for those who are poor, oppressed, and discriminated against. In a continuation of the teaching of Pope Francis, the Chicago native denounced an economy that kills and dramatic imbalances of wealth, and warned against a culture that throws people away, namely the poor and migrants. In every rejected migrant, he writes, it is Christ himself who knocks. This week, he met a delegation from El Paso, Texas.
We gave him a stack of letters that had been written by immigrants, and by immigrant children in particular. And then we showed him a short video.
We are a voice woven from the prayers, hopes, and tears of immigrant communities.
He was very moved by that.
Bishop Mark Joseph Seitz says the Pope grew emotional and offered a simple promise.
The church needs to speak out about injustice, and so I stand with you.
You could see it in his eyes.
Oh, we could. They got a little watery, I think.
Seitz says the Pope's words were permission to keep speaking up for migrants because it is the very essence of being a Christian, even if that means criticizing U.S. policies.
There are always political consequences, you might say, to proclaiming the gospel. Jesus got in trouble for that.
On the border, families say fear is now part of everyday life.
They come after our families. When you send your children out, you don't know if they're going to come back. They come in armed and with masks on their face, and they take entire families.
Advocates say it matters that the message is coming from an American Pope.
The message coming from the White House right now is one of fear, and Pope Leo has a different message. It's the message of the gospel, which is a message of love, that when we're compassionate to one another, when we're open to one another, when we treat each other with love and basic decency and respect, that's what's going to make the world better.
Bishop Seitz says the Pope also urged him and his fellow U.S. bishops to issue a joint statement on immigration, a message he's taking home to the border. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Rome.
A wonderful person, this is Anton, and today, once again, we're going to be discussing the third confirmed interstellar comet, 3I Atlas, a real-life cosmic visitor from another star system, carrying all sorts of mysterious secrets with it. But, well, if you've seen the movie Don't Look Up, and honestly, I guess who hasn't at this point, You probably remember the central premise. There's a massive extinction-level comet that's headed toward the planet, and absolutely nobody in the media or the public cares. That's why it was called Don't Look Up. Everyone is too busy looking at, well, everything, except for the massive rock that's about to end civilization. And when Comet 3i Atlas showed up, I thought that, well, here we go. We finally have an opportunity to, I guess, prove those Hollywood writers incorrect, because we're going to be super rational, we're going to look up, and focus on actual verifiable science that's going to tell us a little bit more about the galaxy, and make us just a little bit smarter. Yeah. So that hasn't actually happened. And though we are looking up, which is of course the good news and something we're going to be discussing today, the bad news is that the public dialogue so far is a little bit disturbing. Here, the public dialogue is stuck in a kind of a perpetual loop, resembling a poorly written sequel to Don't Look Up, unless it's alien tech. And that's because of one single person from Harvard who a lot of scientists are really upset with, and because of one controversial paper, poorly written paper by the way, that decided to hypothetically ask, well, what if this is an alien tech because of all of this metal emitted from it, such as nickel? We'll discuss this in a few minutes. Suddenly, the only thing anyone wants to talk about is whether this giant dusty space snowball is actually a flying saucer piloted by some kind of a weird civilization trying to communicate with us. But if you're here for that, sorry, we're not going to be discussing this. Because today we're going to be discussing the actual science and all kinds of reports showing the extreme nickel to iron ratio, the unusual observations in regards to water emissions, and some other really cool scientific stuff that tells us so much more about this comet and the galaxy, and not really about aliens or whether they even exist. So today we're going to focus on science once again, because the comet has once again been captured by another spacecraft, and we now have even more data. Let's dive into the real science of 3i Atlas. And as always, all of the studies I'm going to be mentioning today, and all the previous studies we discussed, should all be in the description below. But in case you're bored with the video and just want to move on, but one day would like to find out more about the comet and actual science behind all of this, here's how I do it when preparing for these videos. I go to a website called Archive. This is a free-to-use website that contains all of the initial drafts for all of the studies in astronomy and astrophysics, and is run by Cornell University. Here, by typing 3i Atlas in the search box, you basically get pretty much all of the major studies about this, which you can then read to your content. But if you don't want to read them, I mean, this is what this video is for. And so, following this super long intro, let's talk about the comet. Discovered relatively recently, in July of 2025, and almost instantly confirmed to be an interstellar object because of its very stretched, hyperbolic trajectory. Or basically because it was moving so fast across the solar system that there is just no way to explain this unless it came from somewhere far away. The initial velocity was 58 kilometers per second, but it obviously has already increased by now because it's approaching the sun. But the reason this became so exciting for astronomers, and actually a lot of other scientists, is because of its very unusual composition and extremely unusual activity that forced scientists to start rethinking about what we know about comets around other stars. And so in the last month or so, as the comet approached the sun a little bit closer, and as it actually approached Mars, we've now collected even more data, but also answered some really important questions. But I guess first let's recap what we know so far from some of the previous discoveries in the last 2 months. First, we know for sure that this is an active comet. And it's a comet consisting of solid icy nucleus surrounded by a fuzzy cloud of gas. And so it actually does look like a typical comet we observe in the solar system. But the nucleus is potentially a little bit smaller than we initially thought, maybe about 5.6 kilometers wide or even smaller. Initially this was thought to be much larger at 20 kilometers, but the observations from the Hubble Space Telescope corrected some of these initial assumptions. It's also believed to be pretty old, possibly over 7.6 billion years old in age, because it seems to have come from the location in the galaxy that contains a lot of ancient stars, which may explain why its chemistry and its composition is just different from what we have here. And in terms of composition, some of the early observations from the James Webb Space Telescope confirm that this comet is incredibly enriched in carbon dioxide, and especially enriched in CO2 compared to water. And for the solar system, this would be super weird. We don't really have comets that are so enriched in CO2 and so depleted in water. Currently, the ratio is the highest we've seen in any comet, making this a somewhat exceptional object. But for scientists, this is also a really important hint the hint in regards to the formation of this object. It very likely formed in a very cold environment where CO2 can condense pretty easily, and very likely got kicked out from the outskirts of its star system, carrying all of this pristine material for billions of years. With these same observations also discovering a lot of other stuff we usually observe in comets, including ions of cyanide, carbonyl sulfides, and carbon monoxides. None of these are strange. A lot of comets in the solar system contain them as well. And so here it was really that water mystery at first that was a little bit strange. And we now potentially have one of the solutions. Because recent discoveries did actually finally find water, but in a very strange way. In a study published in late September, scientists using the NASA Swift Observatory detected the first clear evidence of water molecules. But they could not see water directly. Instead, they discovered what's known as hydroxyl gas. Hydroxyl is a leftover when sunlight breaks down water molecules in outer space. And there was a lot of it as well. And this was a major discovery and a major technical achievement. Now normally from Earth we cannot actually see this because this can only be visible with the ultraviolet detections and the UV light is blocked by the atmosphere. And so ground-based telescopes cannot see this. But the Swift telescope could. It's a space telescope, so it was able to detect the signal pretty easily. But the mystery was in regards to when this was detected. It was actually seen back in July of 2025, when the comet was at least 3 astronomical units away from the Sun. And we don't expect water to evaporate at this distance from any cometary object. Water usually starts to evaporate much closer. Yet here, researchers confirmed that the water was escaping the comet super fast, 40 kilograms per second. Here, scientists even compared this to basically a fire hose running at full blast. And so the explanation now suggests that all of this water was not coming from the direct sublimation, but was actually part of much smaller ice-coated dust grains that were ejected into space and contained water on the surface. And the water was then broken down by the sunlight, producing all of the hydroxyls. And so the water vapor was not released directly from the comet, but from the escaping dust instead. And this is a really important discovery and a very important benchmark for comparison, because we obviously have 2 other interstellar comets to compare this with. The first comet, Oumuamua, was completely dry. It contained no water. Comet Borisov was rich in carbon monoxide, but the water was not a significant discovery. Yet here we have a surprising amount of water, but at an unexpected distance. In essence showing us how diverse the building blocks of comets across the galaxy seem to be. All 3 of them seem to be almost entirely different. And that's once again not really what we expect, because we always thought that maybe comets were kind of similar to what we have in the solar system, as we expect all of these star systems to form in a very similar way. It looks like maybe that was a premature assumption. Then we have our metal discoveries. And that of course created a lot of buzz in the press because detection of nickel coming from the comet somehow convinced the press to think that maybe this was the spaceship made out of metal after all. But the reality is that there are dozens and dozens of cometary studies that always find iron and nickel in pretty much most of the comets in the solar system. As a matter of fact, many comets we observe pretty much every year seem to contain at least some of these metals, and we are pretty certain none of them are aliens. Nevertheless, there was a bizarre mystery here as well. Mostly because in the solar system, the ratio of nickel to iron is usually very specific, but is also about 10 times higher than the ratio discovered in the Sun. So essentially we see these metallic particles, but we're not entirely certain why the ratio is so different. And so some of the recent observations from the Very Large Telescope tracked the comet between August and September and confirmed the discovery of nickel emitted from this comet as well. But at first they didn't really see any iron. And that was of course a big mystery, because why not? We actually always expect iron and nickel to kind of come hand in hand. And so this lack of iron was somewhat difficult to explain. But it did appear just a little bit later. Once the comet was closer to the Sun, about 2.6 astronomical units away, we suddenly started seeing signs of iron as well. And you can kind of see the evolution of these spectra in this image. Here, nickel, which is solid blue, and iron, which is visible in red, dramatically change in its emissions over time. And so this extremely high nickel to iron ratio dropped extremely fast as the comet got closer to the Sun. And though the iron-nickel emissions resemble the typical solar system comet, this unusual rapid change is something new and something that's never been seen before. But it does provide support for at least one potential explanation when it comes to comets: the theory of metal release. and specifically that these metals are contained in a highly volatile organometallic compounds, specifically nickel tetracarbonyl and iron pentacarbonyl. So they're not just pure nickel and pure
Work
iron,
it out,
they're actually
CJ.
organic
Work it
compounds.
out, bro.
And so
Let's
in this
work it
case,
out.
nickel tetracarbonyl has a lower sublimation temperature, and so it starts to emit much faster, whereas the iron molecules vaporize much closer to the sun, and thus are usually invisible farther away. And so here this comet provided us with
Maybe
at
try
least some
eating
evidence, or
salad.
at
We can
least some
maybe eat
explanations
salad
for why we seem
and
to
then
see
save.
iron and nickel emitted from comets even
Make
right
sure
here
we're not
in the solar
hungry. Eat a
system.
salad
They're
and
essentially just
save.
part of a very specific organic compound. But additionally, on October 3rd, as the comet made its closest approach to Mars, and it was only about 30 million kilometers away from Mars, the European Space Agency used one of its orbiters, ExoMars, to try to snap a picture of the comet as it moved across the night skies. And that's what you're seeing right here. And when it comes to the orbit, here's roughly when this happened. So as you can see, Mars and the comet were pretty close to one another. And so here, 3I Atlas is seen as a fuzzy bright dot representing the comet's icy nucleus, surrounded by a coma thousands of kilometers wide. But as you can see, the images are not particularly exciting because these observations were sort of challenging. This comet is about 10,000 to even 100,000 times fainter than the Martian surface. And this particular probe, or this orbiter, is not meant for these types of pictures. And so because of the distance and the faintness, the orbiter was unable to distinguish the nucleus from coma, or even capture the tail. Mostly because they were designed to look at Mars and the Martian surface, not really the comet. But looking ahead, as the comet travels across the solar system, there are maybe 2 other deep space missions that could maybe observe it again. Since this comet's trajectory aligns with the ecliptic plane, the Europa Clipper and ESA's Hera spacecraft may potentially pass directly through the comet's ion tail in the next few weeks. So here we're talking about November 2025. And while they're going to be millions of kilometers away from the cometary core, by crossing the tail itself, it would allow Europa Clipper, which has a plasma instrument and a magnetometer, to potentially detect signatures like the magnetic field, or to pick up ions from the interstellar object for the very first time ever. In other words, there's a very high chance we might get some data from this particular mission, even though, once again, it was never designed to look at comets. Likewise, the European Space Agency's JUICE mission, or Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, is now scheduled to observe this object on November 2025 as well. And at this point, because the comet is going to be very close to the Sun, it's expected to be very active. And so the spacecraft is going to observe the comet with every single instrument it has. But we're not going to get the data until early 2026, because this spacecraft is also going to be behind the Sun, so we're essentially just not going to see it for some time. And as I mentioned in previous videos, for the next few months it's just going to be invisible to us because of its position behind the Sun from the perspective of planet Earth. Even based on the data so far, this is already one of the most exciting objects in the solar system. And it already started to rewrite certain understanding we have about comets and other star systems. Once again, for example, the detection of the water vapor at such great distances currently challenges traditional understanding of cometary activity, and even suggests that sometimes tiny ice-coated grains can form much farther away from the Sun than we expected, producing very bizarre tails surrounded by water particles. Furthermore, the dramatic change of nickel to iron ratio supports the idea behind the volatile organometallic compounds that many of these comets, even the ones in the solar system, seem to be made out of. And so many heavy metals we observe in cometary tails seem to be produced the same way. And so the ultimate importance of this comet and the observations right now are really all in regards to the composition. It offers us an extremely rare opportunity to study the chemistry and physics of different star systems and try to understand stellar formation by observing these pristine materials. And though right now there are still quite a lot of unanswered questions, I think by now it should be pretty clear that none of them should be about whether this is some kind of an extraterrestrial probe or if there are any aliens on board. And that's because there is literally zero observational evidence that something bizarre is going on, except for that unusual chemistry I mentioned in the video. But we'll obviously come back and discuss this more very soon, because I'm sure there are going to be additional studies and even more observations, and especially after November 2025. And so until then, check out previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can game it directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description
Wow,
below.
man,
Stay
what
wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow, and as always,
is
bye.
happening? Oof. I'm actually getting scared, dude.
I was recently talking to my brother-in-law about Red Dead Redemption 2, and how I believe it is truly the best story-driven RPG ever made.
Bro.
He admitted that, on my recommendation months prior, he'd given it a shot, but after just 2 hours gave
Who
up
look like
because
with
it
a
was
boat
too
out here?
slow. Admittedly, I was a little shocked. How could you give up on a game with some of the best characters in gaming history? Now, if you've played Rockstar's magnum opus, you'd realise that he only just got past the prologue tutorial and into Valentine at this point. His feet were barely out of the snowy mountains of the West Grizzlies before he hung up his Stetson, kicked off his stirrups and said, "You know what? I'm done here, partner." When you look up Red Dead Redemption 2 prologue on the Steam forums and Reddit, it's flooded with other people asking just how long the intro actually is and struggling to get past it. Seriously, the first chapter is way too long, reads one Reddit post. There is a difference between a slow game and just dragging content too fucking long. I don't have a problem with slow games, says another while asking just how long the intro actually is. It's a shame so many people, my brother-in-law included, struggle to get past this, in my opinion, masterfully made tutorial. Because when you get into the nitty-gritty of Arthur Morgan's story, you'll become so attached to the characters you start to physically ache. In fact, I'd go as far to say this isn't just Arthur's story. It goes as deep as the other characters you share a camp with. It's Sadie's story, Tilly's story, Kieran's, Trelawney's,
God,
Molly's,
wait!
Charles's.
I
The
don't get
list
it.
goes on.
Why do you keep landing
All
there,
of them
dude?
have beautifully told stories that, even 7 years later, I'm emotionally attached
How we
to.
looking, CJ?
If you can't get past calling out for
A
John
bit
on a
less
snowy
fat,
mountain,
a bit more
then hear
muscle.
me out. The West Grizzlies are worth persevering through.
Excuse me.
And I promise it won't take 2 hours to get my point across. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one game I will happily play time and time again. But not because of the mechanics, setting, or endless side quests. I always return because of the characters. From the best boy himself, Arthur, all the way to Sister Calderon, and even the freaky little Saint Denis vampire. Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of the best characters ever written in video game history. Every single character was crafted with such love and care, and it really shines through in the way you see them interact with one another. From walking around Strawberry and hearing the Reverend preaching, to sitting at your camp and listening to uncles sing songs and telling tales. It's all so immersive that you often don't feel like you're playing a game. I remember on my first playthrough, I'd sit at the camp, put down my controller, and just take it all in. I can't remember any other game that allowed you to experience something so immersive. With other games, I wanted to keep moving, driven to move from point to point and experience more. But Red Dead Redemption 2 made me want to stop, slow down, and bond with the other members of the Vanderlyn gang. I even found myself becoming more and more invested in the internal camp politics as the game went on. I found it incredible to see how these NPCs who I'd grown to love and care for were developing because of my actions, my choices, and the way Arthur and Dutch's story was being told. One key NPC for me, who every time I play I make sure to give that little bit extra attention to, is Molly. Her own personality and story always make me feel so bad. And she's one of the members of the Vanderland gang you can clearly see impacted by the politics of your family of outlaws. I know Molly is divisive in the fandom. I know a lot of people dislike her, even calling her clingy or annoying in regards to Dutch. And, warning for spoilers ahead, when she was killed, I genuinely felt an ache in my chest. At the start of the game, you see Molly as a confident young woman, madly in love with Dutch and able to ignore his flaws. She even says, "Dutch is all the company I need," at the start of the game. As the game progresses, she ends up as a shell of a woman, paranoid, feeling neglected and unloved by the man she has committed her entire life to. You can even find a poem that Molly wrote which has the line, "I've nothing left, I gave you all." Molly breaks my heart every single time, because she's not just a thrown-away side character. She is a clear example of in-game actions affecting NPCs. She's written so well that it's believable. Molly's story isn't the only one that affects me. So does the blossoming romance between Mary Beth and Kieran being cut short. The way Hosea desperately
Damn,
tries to
it's
keep
all
the family
spoilers,
together.
bro.
And last but not least,
Okay,
Arthur's.
thanks for the
When I
heads
think
up.
of
Yep. Oh, okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Be Jesus Christ. This is day 7 in the pit. It's 10 a.m. It is 56 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 13 degrees Celsius.
Find something to
I'm in
eat. Oh,
Fort Anthony.
okay. Convenient.
Today's Sunday, so
Yeah,
today we're
yeah.
gonna do things a little different, and we're gonna take a rec day. Because it's Sunday, I want to make things a little special. No work today, but I wanted to. We'll have coffee today. I love coffee. I have coffee twice a day, first thing in the morning and then in the afternoon after my siesta. This is how we're gonna make the coffee. We're gonna have a little fun. I didn't hardly make any purchases for these 40 days. I just wanted to use the stuff I had. Super low budget, but the one little toy I bought myself, because we're in a sand pit, there's lots of pebbles everywhere, and people use sand pits for target practice. I got a slingshot, so we'll head out in a minute and try the slingshot. I'm gonna give you the tour. The one thing I added is a front deck. This thing right here is the front deck. I don't do work on Sunday, but this was for safety reasons, because check this out. You see this string here? This string was running all along, and I tripped over it once or twice. And so I added this thing. I'm calling it my front deck, so that I don't trip over that line, because that's kind of dangerous. As you can see, now we've got a good boil.
Serving you, sir.
I wanted to do less work because it's Sunday. And so we're gonna do a simple. I'm gonna have breakfast out here. This is breakfast. I call the sand pit my work site, but it's also kind of maybe not a scientific lab, but it's a place for research and development. It's for practicing my bushcraft skills. It's a place for experimenting. So it's a bit of a lab, research and development lab. So we're gonna go like this. And I'll show you, it looks like my coffee almost overflowed. We're perfect. I love it. I love it. Too much fun. We're having too much fun here. Can of beans right there. Is it just me or is it starting to bubble? You know what? They're probably warm. I'm just gonna eat them now. I don't know if I want to eat a whole can of beans in a live stream, though. That might be weird. You can see how it's burning. Can you see all the little jets? There you put it out like this. Just like that. want to get ready. Let's do the Desert Father quote, and let's do the scripture for today, and then we're gonna check out the beans. So the Desert Father saying for today, is. So I'm going. This is the systematic collection. There's two major Desert Father from going way back, and this is the systematic collection. Okay. See, this is right off the back, right where it begins. And I think it's significant. Like, how does it start? And number 2, Pambo said to Anthony, good old St. Anthony, what shall I do? Anthony said, do not trust your own in your own righteousness. And then check this out. Anthony says, do not go on sorrowing over a deed that is past. Keep your tongue and your belly under control. Do not go on sorrowing over a deed that is past. So the Desert Fathers, a lot of these were young men, young women. They made mistakes in their life, did a lot of bad things, wrong things, things that they thought they could probably never be forgiven of. And beautiful Anthony, St. Anthony the Great, he says, do not go on sorrowing over the past. And the reason is, I wrote it right here. St. Paul says, whoever is in Christ is a new creation. The old things have passed away. The Lord makes all things new. Jesus says, behold, I make all things new. And so it's a beautiful thing to reflect on. Like, I'll just share a bit. Like, I've been here now for a week, living in the off-grid cabin in the wilderness, and there have been some thoughts and some sorrow just over things from the past. And it's common, we all have things from the past that grieve us, sorrow. And obviously we need to process those things. We need to repent. We need to ask the Lord's forgiveness. But, in Isaiah, the Lord says, remember not the events of the past. The things of long ago consider not, see, I'm doing something new. St. Paul says, forgetting what lies behind, I press on towards the goal, So it's a mysterious thing. It's a grace. It's a grace to be able to ask forgiveness, receive forgiveness, and then delight in being a new creation. Because in heaven, everyone's going to be new. Heaven's full of sinners who accepted mercy. That's what heaven is. God makes all things new. I could go on about this. What's Ezekiel 37? I will sprinkle clean water upon you and cleanse you from all of your impurities, and from all your idols I will cleanse you. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. I'll take from your body your heart of stone. I'll give you a heart of flesh. That's the mercy of God. And again, for a lot of people, it's hard. It's hard for them to accept God's mercy, to accept the reality that God is so good, he's so loving, he's so merciful, he forgives you all of your sins. And the Lord Jesus, Scripture says, the Lord says, your sins I will remember no more. How about that? Can you just leave your sins in the mercy of God and like Paul, forgetting what lies ahead, forgetting what lies behind, strain on ahead to what lies, forward. The Lord says, your sins I remember no more. Beautiful, beautiful. So I guess St. Anthony was telling all these young men and women going to the desert, saying, listen, leave the past behind. You can start new. You're a new creation. That's the reality for everyone. Okay, so that's the Desert Father saying for today. Now, the scripture for today. Scripture for today, very simple. So, again, during these 40 days, I'm trying to immerse myself in the love of God. I'm choosing a scripture every day that speaks of the great, unfathomable love of God. So today, very simple. Our Lord Jesus says in Matthew 28, he says, I am with you always. And to me, it's like, think about that. I mean, it's kind of too good to be true, but it is true. The Lord who made us, the Lord of love, the Lord of mercy.
I bet you it's about 3/4 muscle.
He's with me always. He's with you always. Again, can you accept that? Can you enter into that grace, that mystery?
How much fat do I have right now?
We have to check on the
not much
beans
more
here.
fat than that, bro.
Those are the scriptures. That's the scripture for today, but I can't resist Sunday today. Let's just take a look real quickly here. These are the readings for today. Entrance anthem, oh God, turn your ear to me. In some mysterious way, the Lord he puts his, same brother Andreas said, he keeps his ear against, his lips against. When we speak, our lips are against God's ear. Okay. This is from Exodus 17. Whenever Moses held up his hands, Israel prevailed. And whenever he lowered his hands, Amalek prevailed. Amalek, the wicked, awful tribe of Amalek. Apparently they were into really bad stuff, a real, degenerate, awful tribe, apparently. Whenever Moses held up his hands, Israel prevailed. You want to prevail in your life?
Run collecting all those oysters.
Stop praying. Pray your rosary, chaplet of divine mercy,
I'm
go to
taking a
mass
break,
every
that's why.
Sunday. Praise the
Even though
Lord,
I
sing
just
to
got
him,
on.
pray the
Jeez,
Jesus
dude,
prayer.
grind.
Okay, 2 Timothy chapter 4, Paul says, proclaim the message. Proclaim the message. Be persistent whether the time is favorable or unfavorable. Other translations say in season and out. All the time. You got to keep preaching. We need a church full of people with evangelical fire. Preaching. Never stop preaching. Amen. Okay. I was saying amen to myself. That's weird. Okay. And then just from the gospel, I won't read the whole thing. It's beautiful. But Jesus told the disciples about their need to pray always and to not lose heart. And that's related to that first reading. As long as Moses held up his hands, Israel prevailed. Pray always. Do not lose heart. Boom. The beans. Okay, the moment of truth.
Take a seat, man.
No. I mean, the beans taste good, but they're
Choose your
warm, which is fine.
design, buddy.
Better than cold beans. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, X tell you to
Let's
get this,
do
right?
this. We got the slingshot. This is what I want to use for target practice. You see, it'll make noise. We're not gonna, like I said, I'm not taking any shots at Garrett because he's done nothing. Garrett's done nothing wrong to me. The fact is he was here before I was, so I can't complain that Garrett's kind of in my space because technically I'm in his space. The other thing about Garrett that I kind of like, some of you might not like me saying this, but one of the things I like about Garrett, you see, I just noticed he's leaning to the right. He's right leaning, and I'm kind of right leaning too. So. See, the idea is when we hit this, if we hit it with the slingshot, it'll make a nice ping sound, I'm gonna start with the stone that's probably, I don't know if that's too big, but I'm gonna start with this one. Some people have a phenomenal aim with slingshots. There's a special way to do it. I don't know. Maybe I'll research. Wow. That one kind of rolled off. Oh, I just missed it. Like, I don't know. I think you aim like this. Ah, to the left. This is Sunday recreation. Woo! Did you hear that? Boom. I'm gonna put some orange on here. I'm calling it the scary walk into oblivion. Okay? What we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the gun. This is just a little single shot 12 gauge. When you're walking in the bush, it's nice to have a gun. There's bears all over the place here, and we're going to walk till it cuts out. And there seems to be a trail up here, kind of an old trail. So I'm gonna walk and walk and walk and walk until I think what happens typically is first you stop, first you can't hear me, and then it cuts out completely. Bird's eye view. This is the scary walk into oblivion until people start to say, I can't hear you. People are saying, you're cut out, but I can still read the comments. So start. Praise be Jesus Christ. Can you believe it's day 8 already? 10 a.m. 51 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 11 degrees Celsius. I'm having a spot of tea. The reason we're streaming early this morning, I'm a little disorganized, but it's very simple. It's raining outside. And the internet seemed to be working. With an overcast sky, I just don't know if I'm gonna have internet. Right now, thanks be to God, it's just drizzling. It's kind of going off and on. There's, thanks be to God, we got this thing built just in time. We had a windstorm last night, and everything stayed connected, but the log shifted, which is fine. There's the hood of the truck. I love the hood of the truck. There's some extra building materials, but everything's intact. I think this guy got shifted a bit too. I might have to tighten everything up. This is this is the old canister. We got a new canister. Oh, Garrett there, he's looking okay. Want to say hi to Garrett? Hey Garrett. That's it. There's the indoor cook station. I prefer the outdoor cook station, which nice. So you're able to hang things up. You know, some of the lumber I used had little twigs and stuff, so that's really comes in handy. The great news is that it's raining, and that means we can finally start cooking with fire. Let's get some water boiling. Put stuff in. Okay, let's get cooking. As always, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I'm learning, and that's what I love. We're upgrading from chicken to beef. Up a chunk of, see, these are beef cubes, and I'm planning on just boiling it. I'm probably doing everything wrong, but for the first time, it's okay to do everything wrong. We'll put these in at the end, ramen noodles, onion, garlic, and celery. Last but not least, drum roll please, spice of the day, lemon and herbs. It's boiling. So, I'm actually gonna put the veggies in first. Onion, celery, and garlic. The beef in. Lemon and herbs. There we go. Today's Desert Father saying, are you ready? Going from the systematic collection, my 40 days, I'm trying to live based on the Desert Fathers. So tighty-righty means it'll be less intense. So we're going to turn it right, just gently. Oh, it's still burning, okay. Because I don't want it to boil over. Okay. Desert Father saying, and this is based on, I'm going to tell you why this is the Desert Father saying of the day. Office of readings today, in the Liturgy of the Hours. This is so cool.
You won't catch me,
the reading in the Liturgy of in the Office of Readings was from St. Augustine. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's long, but this is what he says. It's on prayer. He says, the monks in Egypt are said to offer frequent prayers, but these are very short and hurled like swift javelins. Very interesting. Saint Augustine is speaking about the monks in Egypt. Who is he talking about? The Desert Fathers. Because part of Saint Augustine's conversion came about learning about the life of Saint Anthony of the Desert. And so Augustine learned from the wisdom of the Desert Fathers how to pray. So I want to read to you a saying from, this is on the section Unceasing Prayer. I'll let you read along with me. I always like doing that. So just give me a second here. Oh, this might be complicated. This might be complicated. I want you to see it with your own eyes. From the Desert Fathers, the true monk ought to pray without ceasing. And that's 1 Thessalonians 5. The Desert Fathers quote that a number of times. Goes on to say you should always be singing psalms in, he should always be singing psalms in his heart. And earlier it says, we need to pray till our dying breath. That is the great struggle. But again, what I want to draw your attention to is the true monk ought to pray without ceasing. And now I'm going to share with you the scripture for today. Every day, I'm trying to just focus on the love of God. This time of sabbatical here for me, in 40 days in the pit, it's a time to just immerse myself in the love of God. Best way to do that, just immerse yourself in the scriptures. Let's speak about the love of God. So, Galatians 4. Oh, I love this. As proof that you are children, God sent the Spirit of His Son into our hearts, crying out, Abba, Father. So you are no longer a slave, but a child. Other translations say you are no longer a slave, but a son, a daughter. And if a child, then also an heir through God. Did you hear that? Let me proclaim this to the whole world as proof that you are children. God sent the Spirit of His Son into our hearts. That's the Holy Spirit. God's Spirit, the Spirit of His Son into our hearts, crying out, Abba, Father. I love crying out, Abba, Father. That's why we're doing the Our Father during this 40-day series. So you are no longer a slave, but a son, a daughter. And if a son, a daughter, then also an heir through God. Can I hear a resounding amen? Hey, is there anything more important? Is there anything more important than knowing who you are and whose you are? These scriptures, they're the truth and they're powerful. God's word is alive and active. You know, when we need to speak these scriptures over our lives. I sing all the amens. Thank you. Thank you. We need to speak. These are the truths that we need to speak over our lives, and we need to, scripture says, the psalmist says, your word I treasure in my heart. We need to treasure God's word in our hearts. And don't put it in, it's awful. I agree. Shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna put a little in and I'm gonna stir it in. There we go. Okay, we're gonna attempt to add the ramen noodles. I think I'm gonna try to break them in four chunks. 1, 2, 3, kind of 4. It all fell apart. Not all of the noodles are going to make their way into the pot, unfortunately, because they're falling all over the place, which is fine. So we're going to have to turn the heat back on. I'm going to put this somewhat to the top. Triumph. This is a triumph. We built this place, and now it's pouring rain, and guess what we're doing? We're enjoying a spot of tea, and we got a beef soup on. I am curious to see what the broth tastes like, but I'm curious to see if the beef is hard as leather, or if it's enjoyable. And that's one of my goals. It's one of my. It's on my bucket list. Make a nice beef stew where the beef is tender. Okay, so this is what it looks like. First of all, the noodles, like, it just totally expanded. So all I see is noodles. Woo! Delicious. Delicious. You can taste the beef. And don't forget to like the video. Here's the beef again. Not too appetizing looking, but let's try it. Like the video, subscribe to VCR Adventures, and we'll see you tomorrow, God willing. It's somewhat tender. Like, it's good. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Viva Cristo Rey.
So they're trying to make it illegal for the government to do what it's supposed to do and protect you from a $1 trillion pharma company that's poisoning you. So you know how vaccine manufacturers have a legal shield from civil lawsuits if their vaccine injures people, which they do all the time? So you can't sue them. Well, guess who else wants this now? Monsanto Bayer, the people who make Roundup, the Roundup which is giving people cancer. Now they want protection from the same thing that the big pharma has with vaccines. They want the same thing with glyphosate. You know, they spray on it all your wheat that you eat, which is why people think they have gluten allergies. It's probably because they're spraying glyphosate or folic acid on the stuff that you eat, which they don't do in other countries.
Yeah. You know, Bayer, formerly IG Farben, the Nazi pharmaceutical
That's
company?
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Monsanto. They used to be, so Bayer, which used to be called IG,
bro.
what was it called?
IG Farben.
How do you get in there?
IG Farben. They made the gas that they used at the death camps in World War II.
And Tylenol.
So they had to rename their
Tylenol,
company.
Aspirin, Bayer
There's a
aspirin.
pain spray
Tylenol is a
right-
competitor.
Right there.
And remember Tylenol had the cyanide in the packages?
Yes,
That's why we have
in
childproof?
Chicago when I grew up, yeah.
Yeah. Well, some might suspect that might have been a little corporate sabotage from old IG Farben because Tylenol was beating aspirin.
Bayer AG wants no one to know, but the pesticide manufacturer is potentially just 2 votes away from the golden ticket it has wanted ever since acquiring St. Louis-based Monsanto in 2018. So Bayer now
Front is
owns
on the front of
Monsanto.
an aircraft carrier.
I didn't know
right?
that. Monsanto is the ones who make the Roundup and the
Either
glyphosate,
way,
but
I
now
don't
it's
think
Bayer.
there's any
Two
stealth.
great tastes that taste
that I
great together.
know of.
A
Is there
provision
some
tucked
kind of scuba?
deep
No.
in a spending
There's-
bill to
is
fund
there
the
scuba gear?
environment to the
No.
EPA and the Interior Department would effectively end lawsuits from plaintiffs claiming Bayer's pesticide Roundup and its active ingredient glyphosate gave them cancer. Wow. So to date, Bayer has paid roughly $11 billion in settlements to about 100,000 people. So 100,000 people sued Bayer, or Monsanto, and Bayer over the cancer that they were given by Roundup and glyphosate, and they won to the tune of $11 billion. Of course, they had to dole out $11 billion for lawsuits against the damage they committed to get their product. What? It's totally normal business procedure. Totally normal. We're just going to pay out $11 billion, and we're going to keep. How in the world does the government allow this product to keep being sold? Oh, I guess it's because your government's completely corrupt, which is what this story shows you again. Not only are they corrupt murderers, but now they want to get the government to give them a shield from murdering people, and they want to keep on murdering them, which is what they're doing.
How is it that they...
But keep being angry at RFK. You keep being angry at RFK and not Big Pharma.
If you had an $11 billion settlement, Jimmy, against you, who stays in business after that? Somebody that makes trillions of dollars.
Yes.
Like they could eat that no problem and come back for more.
63,000 lawsuits are currently pending against Bayer. Most of these cases are in state courts, where the lawsuits typically allege Bayer's Roundup label failed to warn about potential cancer risks, referencing a 2015 International Agency for Research study that found glyphosate was probably carcinogenic to humans.
Or as Whoopi Goldberg calls it, getting between her and her gynecologist.
Yes, as Whoopi Goldberg calls it. The Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act prohibits the sale of any pesticide that is misbranded. Plaintiffs often successfully argue that lack of cancer warning on the label amounts to FIFRA, defined misbranding. So that's Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, Rodenticide Act. So that's the FIFRA. Bayer has requested the Supreme Court take up whether that is indeed the case. But a Supreme Court win for Bayer could become moot if the pesticide giant has its way in Congress. The proposal follows Bayer's intense lobbying of lawmakers. Section 453 of H.R. Bill 4754, the Department of the Interior, Environment, and Regulated Agencies Appropriation Act, lays out Bayer's get-out-of-jail-free card. Here it is. None of the funds made available by this or any other act may be used to issue or adopt any guidance or any policy, take any regulatory action, or approve any labeling or change to such labeling that is inconsistent with or in any respect different from the conclusions of A human health assessment performed pursuant to the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Roticide Act, and B, a carcinogenicity classification for a pet. So they're trying to make it illegal for the government to do what it's supposed to do and protect you from a $1 trillion pharma company that's poisoning you.
You know, I'm sure that George Clooney, the star of Michael Clayton, remember that?
Yeah, remember that?
Which was about this. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him and all the celebs about this huge problem that's about to happen.
On the face of it, the language appears innocuous, and that's how Bayer is selling it. Bayer spokesperson Brian Leak insisted Section 453 is nothing more than routine business, a normal part of Bayer's political engagement. Meanwhile, Representative Mike Simpson, a Republican from Idaho, and chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees environmental agencies, also downplayed Section 453 at a July hearing. I wonder how much money he takes from Bayer. The purpose of the language is to clarify existing law. The states cannot require a pesticide label that is different from the EPA's label. The language ensures that we do not have a patchwork of state labeling requirements. It ensures that one state is not establishing the label for the rest of the states. In other words, move along, there's nothing to see here. Except, there's plenty to see. Like, should Section 453 become law, the only pesticide labels permitted must be based on a carcinogenicity classification of human health assessment. And since EPA does not classify glyphosate as a carcinogen, misbranded lawsuits would become moot. If EPA wanted to change the label, Section 453 would require the agency to conduct a new assessment on whether glyphosate is a carcinogen, a process that can take a minimum of 4 years and sometimes longer than a decade. In the meantime, Bayer will argue it can't disclose potential harms that are different from the EPA-approved label, a label that currently discloses no potential cancer harm from glyphosate. What an irony. It's very insidious and dangerous because Section 453 not only would apply to glyphosate, but some 57,000 other active pesticide ingredients. What if independent research discovered new evidence of a pesticide danger? Too bad. Section 453 ties the EPA's hands, preventing new immediate public label warnings.
Jimmy, hold that thought. We got to go to commercial. Sorry, I'm being paid to whoopee this story.
I mean, so if the EPA approved it, then I guess there's nothing to worry about, right? I mean, they're such believers in animal rights that they don't even want to risk the life of a lab rat to find out if their product is poisonous. That's how great these guys are.
Now, if we knew we could figure it out by having sandflies in the dog's head, yes, we'd look into it. But I'm afraid there's out of our hands.
I think they should take a bottle of glyphosate and put a baby's picture on the front of it, because then people will be like, oh, how cute, pretty baby, and then their brains just shut off.
Yeah, like the Gerber, who's the Gerber baby? What's the baby? The Humphrey Bogart baby? Put him on that glyphosate.
But we forget Bayer. We forgive Bayer for providing the gas that killed those people in death camps during World War II, just like we forgive Mercedes, because we like their cars.
Yeah, or Chanel, or Diddy when he changes his name again.
Anti-pesticide groups are sounding alarms, and they should. There's likely little chance Section 453 survives Democrat scrutiny in the House, in the U.S. Senate. It might squeak by the U.S. House. Bayer is reportedly twisting arms of lawmakers in Farm Belt states. Bayer is desperate to put glyphosate lawsuits behind it. Here's one surefire way to get it done. Stop producing glyphosate. How about you do that? No, can't do that. Makes us too much money. $11 billion in lawsuits, that's just the price of doing business, baby. Research and bring the market a pesticide alternative. How about you have a different alternative for this pesticide? And how about you stop expecting Congress or the courts to clean up your ill-fated decision to buy Monsanto?
I mean, it almost sounds like this Nazi drug company that's still around wanted to poison the populace.
It's almost
the way
like
I'm
that.
taking it.
It's almost like that.
I know they're reformed now, much like the Azov of pharmaceuticals. They've totally reformed.
October 19th will be in Irvine, California. We'll be in Australia. Then we'll be in Burbank, California the day after Thanksgiving. And then Pottstown, Pennsylvania, December 6th. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Hi, everyone. Hey, what's going on? It's Wednesday, and here we are once again, hanging out, doing stuff. List fever has gripped a nation, and I'm not immune to this. So I thought it would be fun to maybe finally get one right for once and create a list of the top 25 Xbox 360 games of all time.